Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku and Kyoka's friendship shaped their hero journeys. Here is short summary. Izuku was born with the ability to convert sound into light. In a society that judges people by the power of their quirks, he is near the bottom. He meets Kyoka when they are 5 after defending her from bullies. Together they grow all set to music. What happens when you have an awesome punk rock best friend is amazing. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Kyoka Jiro. The Jiros had just moved to Musudafu, near UA, which allowed the musical parents access to potential new clients and a stable place to raise their daughter. With her husband busy in the studio with a new client, Mika took her daughter to the park and picked up the little girl's uniform for Great Start Preschool. Mika let her daughter explore the park and went to the uniform store to try her luck. Unfortunately, Kyoka Jiro luck was not on her side. Well, it didn't seem so at first. But things are rarely what they seem. For Kyoka, it seemed her entire world had been flipped upside down. First, her parents had made her move to a new town, Mustafa. She had to go to a new school, she missed her friend, and to top it all off, this loud jerk had started yelling at her. Due to her quirk, earphone jack loud noises were not her friend. So, he got louder when she tried to ask him if he could quiet down. Then he started making fun of her quirk, and the explosions began in earnest. She tried to run, but the ringing in her ears threw off her balance. Then running was no longer an option. The jerk and his jerk squad stood over her, yelling and knocking her down when she tried to move. So, all she could do was hold her head and cry for them to stop. Suddenly, the explosions seemed to die, at least, their sound did. The next thing she knew was that some boy was huddled over her holding his hands over her ears while the loudmouth jerk and his jerk friends were trying to beat him up. She did not know if it was the boy huddled over her or the extra hands covering her ears, but she felt safe, and the explosions seemed so far away. The kicks and punches raining down on her were not far enough. Katsuki Bakugo. In a world where many people are judged by their quirks, some such as Katsuki Bakugo, when his powerful quirk manifested, the praise started and did not seem to be slowing down. What 4-year-olds would love being told how great they were going to be? Izuku Midoriya, on the other hand, well, being able to channel sound into light does not lend itself to being praised. Katsuki told him he could not be a hero but could be his subordinate and put on a show after he beat a villain. Katsuki did not like it when Midoriya told him he would still be a hero. Didn't Izuku understand Katsuki was going to be the best hero ever? Everyone said so. Well, Izuku, no Deku would have to be taught a lesson. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya is a young child who is approaching his 5th birthday. Although he possesses a quirk that enables him to create light, it is not considered particularly impressive. In addition, he can convert sound into light. Despite these limitations, he aspires to become a hero. However, given his powers, he may be better suited for a role in a pyrotechnic crew at an amusement park. As he prepares to start school next week, he was playing at the park when he heard the sound of a girl crying out in pain. He ran over, ever wanting to be a hero, to witness Kacchan Katsuki Bakugo causing explosions while a little girl with purplish black hair with small headphone jacks coming from her ears was screaming and crying, holding her head. He ran over and pushed Kacchan away from his latest victim. Stop it, Kacchan. Can't you see you are hurting her? He activates his quirk, slightly muffling the sound of the explosions. Of course I can, stupid Deku, she is useless, just like you. Now move before I make you pay even more. She didn't want to listen, so I'm making her listen. No, I won't move BB because I am going to be a hero, and heroes always help. Bakugo and his followers begin to laugh so hard that they almost stop the assault. Almost. Bakugo swings his fist at Izuku. Izuku lets loose his lights, blinding Bakugo and his cronies slightly. Well, the cronies, at least Bakugo was ready. He lets his explosion go at point-blank range, knocking Izuku down. As the rest of the group gets their bearings, they begin to rain down punches and kicks. Izuku pulled himself over to the girl and covered her ears, not letting go as he takes the beating. The responsible adults, Inko Midoriya and Mitsuki Bakugo, met at the park to drop off their boys for a playdate. The two had been friends for years, and their children were close in age. As the school year approached, they decided to go shopping together. Mitsuki had a great time, even playfully teasing her friend Inko. The two had recently begun working out together again. Mitsuki was in great shape, but Inko had let herself slip a little after Izuku was born. It did not help that Inko's husband, that worthless piece of shit, up and left for the United States 3 months after Izuku was born. Inko was having some self-esteem issues, thinking that he would come back if she got back into shape. While conversing during their stroll through the store, they overheard a woman with lengthy purple hair seeking assistance from the sales associate on the appropriate attire for Great Start Kindergarten. As the saleswoman appeared occupied, Inko approached the woman and gently tapped her shoulder to offer aid. "Excuse me, miss," Inko said. The woman turned. "Yes, the uniforms you are looking for are right here." Inko motioned to a clothes section. "Oh, thank you. Is your child going to Great Start as well?" "Yes." "Yours?" "Yes, both of our kids are." It was simple interaction, but that was how things usually begin, with something simple. Mitsuki and Inko, upon finding out there was another child their kid's age, decided to befriend the woman and see about setting up some future playdates. After all, a child could never have enough friends. When Mika let slip that they were new to the neighborhood, the women began to share some things about the shops in the area and where to find the best deals. It was a bonding familiar to the mothers, and Mika seemed like a nice balance between Mitsuki and Inko. They planned to have lunch together to introduce their kids when a commotion in the park drew their attention. Mitsuki could hear some small explosions in the distance, and her heart sank. Like all good mothers, they moved towards the commotion, hoping against hope that their children were not involved in the fracas. But they were proven wrong when they came upon the scene of Izuku doing his best to protect little Kyoka and Katsuki over the top of them, letting his explosions run rampant. As soon as Katsuki heard his name, he froze, with a look of sheer terror. He was his mother and auntie approaching him with the speed that would carry upon its swift discipline. His cohorts attempted to run only to be yanked back by Inko, who pulled out her phone to call the other parents. When they arrived on the scene, the parents, after offering their severe apologies, dragged their children away, promising swift discipline. Mitsuki did the same, apologizing to Mika as she snatched Katsuki by his ear and dragged him off, her yelling increasing as they got farther away. Mika and Inko tended to their little ones, with Izuku looking up battered and bruised but smiling as he saw Kyoka being comforted by what he guessed to be her mother. "Oh good, she is safe," he said. As the two mothers separated, Kyoka, still sniffling, looked over her mom's shoulder at the boy who jumped to save her. She smiled at him when he gave her the biggest smile he could and gave her a thumbs up. Track 1. We're going to be friends. The White Stripes. Watch. Versus equals PKFD8D3X Jock. The real beginning. Izuku was recovering at home the following day when he heard a knock at the door. His mother answered it, and he could hear her joyfully greeting someone. Soon after, Mika and Kyoka entered the room, with Kyoka sporting bandages around her jacks and walking over to Izuku. "Are you okay?" Izuku says shyly. "Yes," she responded. Thank you for saving me." Izuku smiles proudly. "It's okay. I want to be a hero like All Might. He is my favorite." "Mine's Present Mike," Kyoka responded with a shy smile. "Do you want to go play in my room?" Izuku asked hesitantly. "Yay." The two kids promptly ran off to play. Yesterday's troubles forgotten, Mika and Inko were happy. At least Kyoka and Izuku seemed to be getting along well. The two mothers sit in the kitchen to enjoy tea as their children's giggles and laughter slowly fill the house. It's easy for children to become friends. For Kyoka, Izuku wasn't loud. For Izuku, Kyoka wasn't mean. It didn't take a lot, and a few playdates were all they needed to declare that they were friends. Day 1. Izuku is standing outside his friend's house. He is so excited about having a new friend. Yes, he has Kacchan, but Kyoka does not hit him as Kacchan does. Nor does she call him Deku. She shares her toys, does not make him cry, and says they are friends. He is nervous about the first day of school but equally excited because he gets to see his friend now every day. Maybe Bakugo will stop being mean, and they can all play together. Such are the hopes of Izuku. Kyoka is eagerly getting ready for school, looking forward to meeting her best friend Izuku outside. However, her mom seems to be taking too long, and she wants to hurry up and play with him before class. "Mom, please hurry," she urges impatiently. Her mom laughs. "Midoriya will not go anywhere without you. Your dad wants to take a picture first. Honey, hurry up." Kyoka is about to explode. Her dad comes downstairs with his camera. "Here I am, Kyoka. Come on." They lead her outside, where Midoriya is waiting. "Hi, Kyoka," Izuku says, bursting with excitement. "Hi, Izuku. Let's go," Kyoka responded. "Now hold on, you two, we need to take some pictures first," chimes in Mrs. Jiro. "But MOOOOOMMMMM. Kyoka whined back, adding a foot stomp for effect. "The more you fuss, the longer this will take." Mrs. Jiro chided her daughter. "Come on, Kyoka, let's just take the picture so we can go," Izuku says, hoping she will agree. "Fine, Izuku, just because I want to get going," she says, rolling her eyes. The Jiros get them to stand together and smile while they take several pictures. "Can we go now?" Kyoka says, ready to explode if they make her stay still any longer. Her dad chuckles. "Yes, you guys can go, have fun." "We will," they yell back as they take off. Kyoka and Izuku are walking to school and having a wonderful time. They are talking about all the fun stuff they will get to do, and food they will eat, and whose house they will go to so they can play. Then it happened. Bakugo showed up. "You guys got me in trouble. Come here so I can beat you guys up." "That sounds like a terrible idea," Izuku says. "Why would we do that, Baku?" But Kyoka adds her hands on her hips, mimicking a pose she has seen her mom do many times. "What did you say?" Bakugo yells at them, not used to someone not listening to him, even if his demands are stupid. Who would willing to walk to someone to take a beating? Honestly, I digress. "Kyoka, why did you say that?" Izuku spat out as he saw the vein in Bakugo's forehead about to pop. Bakugo started walking towards them. "Because he is a butt." She looked at Bakugo stomping towards them. "We should probably run," she adds, noticing the vein as well. "Yay, we should," Izuku says as he grabs Kyoka by the hand, and they take off running, with Bakugo in hot pursuit. Kyoka keeps calling Bakugo, "Baku butt," and even Izuku says it a few times as they run for their little lives. For reasons they would never know, Kyoka and Izuku started laughing as they seemingly ran for their lives. As they get to the schoolyard, they see the teacher and they yelled, "Safe." The two hug, declaring, "Best friends for life." Bakugo wasn't dumb enough to try getting them at recess as the teacher watched everyone like a hawk. But after class was a different story, but a swift kick to the shin from Kyoka put an end to it as his quarry raced off. When Kyoka and Izuku made it to her house, they burst out of breath and panting. Mika kept things calm. "So, how was your first day?" Deciding that it would be best to try and head this off after the kids have their snacks and are playing in Kyoka's room, Mika calls Mitsuki. Bakugo did not chase them to her from school for 3 months. Someone to depend on. Kyoka and Izuku, being best friends, the same begins to trickle down to their parents. Mika and Inko get chances to bond and become closer. It works out well for the busy parents as they can rely on each other. Inko has someone to watch Izuku if she has to work late, and the Jiros have someone to watch Kyoka when they take a gig or need to scout talent. Izuku and Kyoka don't care. All they know is that they have sleepovers all the time, which is perfect for them. However, their parents have the most difficulty getting them to understand that they can't take baths together. As far as when it was time to sleep, Kyoka and Izuku would always end up sleeping next to each other. The parents would take pictures and giggle. Izuku begins to learn how to play the guitar with Kyoka while he is at her house. Initially, he is hesitant, but when her parents offer him praise, he leaps at the chance to learn. Inko was very happy that he was developing a hobby and doing so with Kyoka. On the other hand, Kyoka learns way more about heroes than she thought was possible. She would giggle at Izuku, who would burst into a muttering spree whenever he would talk about a new hero he saw or about quirks. It didn't bother her, she instead found it funny. On the other hand, learning how to make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches sent Kyoka to the moon. She could now have her favorite food anytime she wanted. Kyoka was pleased that Izuku was leaning the guitar with her. Like her parents, she loved music. Sharing that with her best friend makes the little girl very happy. Seeing the two children practice together allows the Jiros and Inko to dream of their children being a superstar musical duo rather than superheroes, a much safer career choice. Izuku is rubbing off on Kyoka. She wants to try harder in school. Izuku is brilliant, so when Kyoka does not know something or needs clarification about a lesson, she gets him to help her. The teacher moved their desks next to each other to save herself the hassle. Kyoka wants to be a hero and musician. They are going to be together. Kyoka is cranky when Izuku does not spend the night. And vice versa. Izuku, though, decides that he wants to learn to defend himself and joins a little dojo. Kyoka isn't pleased about this though, because it means she can't spend as much time with him. But when Katsuki, who would alternately ignore or try to bully them, was trying to bully her after catching her alone, Izuku found them and was able to fend Katsuki off so they could flee. She was so proud of her friend that it made her think his being a dojo was good. The way he smiled after their little victory may have helped her reach that decision. Kyoka and Izuku are simply enjoying being best friends. They put on talent shows for the Jiros and rescue Inko from the many villains in Izuku's living room. They are always there for each other, helping the other one up or pulling the other one along. Teachers just put them together in school to save the trouble. Their parents take tons of pictures of them, first grade, second, third, and fourth. Inko and Mika are always whispering and giggling, watching the two. Izuku does not know what they are saying, but Kyoka hears them saying something about marriage and other icky stuff. They are just best friends, the best of friends forever and ever. Right. Inko, why was finding a dojo willing to take her son so hard? There were many reasons. Smaller dojos rejected him for having a minor quirk, deeming him useless for fighting or heroics and not worth their time. She felt wrong about the medium-sized dojos willing to take him. She thought they would only do it for the money and needed to devote more time to Izuku. The larger dojos were a conglomeration of the problems of the small and medium, and they added the issue of fees. Their fees were far beyond what Inko could afford. She would have to take a second job to pay for it, which the mother considered. She wanted to support Izuku, but if she did this, they would never see each other, and she would be asking the Jiros or the Bakugos to raise her son while she was absent. With Hisashi abandoning them, she didn't want to put Izuku through that. It had been a long day filled with rejection and disappointment when she noticed a dojo off the beaten path but seemingly clean. Looking up, she saw the hand-painted sign with the kanji for the way. It was a small place, and I would probably tell her no, but what was one more rejection? As she entered the building, a bell above the door announced her presence. The man that emerged from the back was not what Inko was expecting. He was a teen, handsome and American from his features and coloration of blonde hair and blue eyes. She heard the young man call to the back, "There is a customer. Give me a minute." At least that is what Inko heard, as her English could have been better. She wondered if this would be a mistake, an American dojo in Japan. The man bowed and said in perfect Japanese, "Welcome, madam. How can I be of service to you today?" Inko smiled and reined in her surprise. "Thank you, sir. I wondered if the sensei was available. I want to speak to him about possibly enrolling my son." "I understand. Let me fetch him for you. Please wait here," he responded before stepping into the back again. When he returned, he was not alone. Accompanying him was an elderly-looking Japanese man with long white hair and a matching beard, shorter than Inko at barely 5 feet tall if she felt generous. "I understand that you wish me to welcome your son into my dojo," the man said. Inko noticed his voice was measured and polite, and the man's black eyes twinkled though with a hint of mischief. "That would be correct, sensei, but I must first tell you that my son possesses a minor quirk. He can channel sound into light, which he can release in small bursts. Like mini fireworks. Inko waited for the typical response. I see that he is not with you. I cannot give you a decision till I meet the boy. His quirk is not important, the man said. Bring him with you tomorrow. After I meet him, I will decide then. Very well. I will bring him after school tomorrow. Could you tell me what the fees are? After I meet the boy and decide, you can discuss the fees with Christopher. He bowed and left the room. I apologize for Sensei, the young man named Christopher said. Please bring your son tomorrow. If the master decides to teach him, I will happily discuss the fees with you. Do not fret. We are not expensive, I assure you, and the education he will receive should he be accepted as one of a kind, ma'am. May I have your name, please? Inko blushed, realizing she hadn't introduced herself. Inko Midoriya, my son's name is Izuku. She said, bowing. Then I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow and meeting your son as well. Please bring a pair of shorts and a shirt that he can wear should he be accepted. I will do that. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. King, he responded. Thank you, Mr. King. I will see you tomorrow, she said before exiting the room. Izuku. The next day when Inko told Izuku he had an interview at the dojo, he became very excited and slightly nervous. Though he was sad that he couldn't play with Kyoka, he felt it was worth it. His enthusiasm was dampened somewhat when his mother brought him to the small, off-the-beaten-pathway dojo. But seeing as they had passed other dojos along the way, when he questioned his mother, she told him many of them didn't feel right to her. Izuku just nodded. Why would his mother lie to him? When they entered, Izuku was surprised again when the American, his mother, greeted Mr. King and awaited their arrival. There is no need to call me Mr. King, please call me Chris or Christopher, he said, smiling pleasantly at Inko. He turned his attention to Izuku next. Hello, you must be Izuku. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said as he bowed. Nice to meet you, Mr. King, I mean Chris, Izuku said, responding with a bow. It did feel odd calling someone older than him by their first name, but after the conversation between the American and his mother, he was unsure how to proceed. Chris is just fine, Izuku, he said smiling. I am just a student here, so don't worry about being formal with me, especially if you end up joining us here, so I want you to relax, and I will take you to get changed. The master does not like to be kept waiting. Chris led Izuku to the changing room and waited for the boy to emerge. When Izuku did so, he smiled at the boy's all-might shirt and led him into the dojo proper. Upon entering, he saw two gigantic young men with black hair sparring each other at a furious pace. As an older man sat watching them, Izuku noticed that they were both American. When the sparring match had concluded, he heard the old man send two boys to fetch the water. From the downtrodden look on their faces, Izuku wondered if that meant something else. When Izuku noticed the master was looking at him, he suddenly became very nervous. Chris placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, grabbing his attention. Listen, Izuku, just answer from your heart, do not attempt to deceive, and you will be just fine, I promise. Izuku stepped forward, knowing he was being judged. Nervously, he looked towards the ground. First, little one, always look a person in their eyes, this is very important, the master spoke. Izuku immediately listened and did as he was instructed. A person's eyes can tell you a lot about a person, as can their posture and bodies, so the first thing you must learn is to stand straight and always look them in their eyes. Yes, sir, Izuku responded, his voice shaking from nerves. Why do you want me to teach you? Izuku remembers Chris's words, I don't have a very powerful quirk, and I get picked on a lot at school, and I don't have many friends, but I have one friend. And she is the bestest friend in the world. I don't particularly appreciate her getting picked on, too, just for being my friend. I want to be a hero to keep people safe, and my friend is the first person I want to keep safe. I don't want to beat people up, but I need to be able to defend people, especially if they can't defend themselves. Chris was smiling from behind Izuku and saw the corner of one of his master's lips go up for a second. If I train you, this is not just how to fight or defend someone. It is a way of life. You will have to work hard, I will train you hard, and once you start, I will not allow you to quit. I promise that when we are done, you will be a hero and be able to defend what is most precious to you. Can you do that, little one? Yes, sensei. Very good then, I will train you. Christopher, discuss payment with his mother. Little one, show me how you throw a punch. Inko. Chris emerged from the back with a smile. The master has agreed to train your son if you agree to our terms for payment. Inko took a deep breath. What are the terms? Chris smiled. You will provide a large bag of rice and turnips every month as well as 3,000 yen. I apologize. I must have misheard you. Rice, turnips, and 3,000 yen. A week. No, a month, Chris responded. She still wasn't sure if she heard him right, but after he handed her the paperwork to sign, which she read 3 times, her payment requirements were apparent. She also noticed that it included weight and quirk training. I promise you, Mrs. Midoriya, your son will have all the support and training he needs to make his dreams come true, Chris told her. Inko would have to monitor things closely, but for now, she agreed. The terms were month to month, contingent on her payment. Izuku and Inko. On the way home, she asked him about his first day. He told her that he was learning how to throw a punch all day and that the sensei was correcting him every step of the way. Izuku asked her if they could afford the extra expense. He didn't know much about money but knew that his mother would do without on his behalf many times. It was one of the reasons he didn't like to ask for anything. But he felt this was important enough to ask for. Inko smiled. That is not something for you to fret over, young man, but if it puts you at ease, yes, we afford it. It is affordable, so don't worry, your little head, my future hero. Izuku, that's right, Mama, you watch. I am going to be a great hero. Better than All Might. No one is that good, Izuku replied with such a severe tone that Inko couldn't help but laugh. It is funny I can't call Sensei master like the other boys. Why is that? He said that I am but a grasshopper or a mantis along the path of the way, but if I work hard enough, he will become my master. I didn't understand, but Chris said he would explain later. Well, make sure you let me know what Chris says. Okay, Mama. Training. Entering the dojo for his first official day, he quickly went to the locker room to get changed. He was somewhat confused about his mother dropping off turnips and rice but decided not to question it too much. He was pretty happy to see that a GI was waiting for him. Once changed, he walked out of the training room, where he was introduced to the other students. To his surprise, they were all American, and only 2 were there. So with him and Chris, that made 4 in total. There was Nick, tall and broad, standing at 6 feet 5, with a warm smile, hearty laugh, black hair, and blue eyes. And Darius, as tall as Nick with black hair and honey brown eyes. Both boys were physically imposing, especially to one so small as Izuku. Hell, they would have been imposing to most adults due to their heights. Okay, Izuku, I am going to lead you in most of your training. Nick, when the time comes, we'll see to your weight and body training. Darius will lead you in combat training, she's told him. What about Sensei? He will step in when he decides. His orders take place over all others. I am going to lead you in your stretching, and then you will learn to fetch the water. After some stretching exercise, Izuku was led to the back of the dojo, where there was a small hill, and at the top stood a well. Chris handed him 2 buckets of water sitting on the ends of a stick designed to rest across the shoulders. You will go up and retrieve 2 buckets of water and return. Chris pointed to a line outside the bucket if the water level falls below this mark. You will return up the hill, refill, and begin again. Okay, but, no, Izuku, there are no questions. There are only tasks. Right now, your task is this. Track 2, Smokestack Lightnin', Howlin' Wolf. Watch, versus equals 9 re 7 Tsuikage 8. It took him 4 tries, and this was the most intense workout Izuku had ever done. He didn't understand it. He counted how many steps it was from the base of the hill to the top of the well. It was different every time. He wanted to question, but Chris shook his head. The first thing you will learn is how to breathe and move, Chris said. Before leading him at the beginning of his form training, it started simply as the most crucial part was breathing. Nick gave him some very light weights, having to do some reps to lay the foundation for what they would do later as he got older before he concentrated on increasing Izuku's stamina. Darius was a fun teacher and had this way of correcting Izuku that was gentle but got the point across. Much like yesterday, it was all punches. Izuku was tired when Chris walked over and pointed to the water buckets. It took Izuku 5 tries this time, and he began to curse the little hill that was not so little. Watching the others struggle made him realize it had to be something with Sensei's quirk. He was at the dojo on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and the routine was the same. Every day, it was the same. More was added when he mastered more of his form training, and when he could run the chosen distance, more was added. Capable of punching, it was time to learn to kick. But no matter what, he and his brothers must fetch the water. And no matter what, that hill would torment Izuku to no end. Tuesday and Thursday were Kyoka and his days to be kids. They studied, played music, and enjoyed their friendship. But after staring at the dojo, Izuku wondered if she was indeed his friend or just a demon in disguise. Kyoka took delight in poking his arms and teasing him. It escalated to her joining him for one class, but after experiencing the difficulty, she decided it wasn't for her. She did often walk home with him, however. At first, he was a bug, but the more he learned, he was told he had evolved into a reptile. Each step along the path was to being human, and the integration of mind, body, and spirit was essential to walk the way before him genuinely. Cheese was stern but friendly, Nick would tease and make him laugh, and Darius gave him precise instructions and straightforward methods to improve his strikes. Bakugo once tried to threaten him on the street while walking to the dojo. Izuku was scared till Chris stepped up and chased him off. Bakugo had uttered the phrase, "You in what army?" Suddenly, there were 10 of Chris, US, they said in unison. He evolved into a tiger when meditation was introduced at the dojo. Each member took turns leading their meditation. Chris on Mondays, Nick on Wednesdays, Darius on Fridays, and the master on Saturdays. He was proud to call the master his teacher and felt like a brother to his 3 fellow students who challenged, comforted, and supported him throughout his years of growth. Nick and Darius are good at helping him with his confidence, standing up for himself, and speaking his mind. Chris told him something: doing what is right is not always what people consider good. Doing what is right is sometimes standing up against everyone else and saying this is wrong. Chris walks Kyoka and Izuku home after class. They discuss heroism and homework, Chris offering any help he can. He takes care of them sometimes while waiting for their parents to get home. Izuku and Kyoka call him their big brother, but he doesn't correct them. Week after week, month after month, year after year, he trains. End track. It has been 3 years since Izuku, age 9, started his training. He is lean and fit. Although he doesn't do as heavy weight training as everything else, he does lightweight training and lots of cardio. Today is a special day for him as he is told that they will get to go against the master. He has sparred with his brothers, but to say they are taking it lightly is an understatement. They never use their quirks on him. His quirk training is handled by the master, helping him let loose brighter blasts. But his brothers, on the other hand, have much more combat-oriented quirks. Chris has the power of duplication. Nick can speed up his movement and his allies, he calls it acceleration. Darius has control of this black and orange fire. He tells Izuku that the more evil someone has done, the more the fire will hurt them. It is a spiritual fire, he calls hell fire. Kyoka is there today, as Chris invited her to watch. Their sensei takes his place in the middle of the room. Now, children, snatch the pebble. They must get the smooth gray stone from the master's hand. Why do I think this is not going to be easy? Izuku said. And why a pebble? It's kind of. Because we have a chance to get the pebble but not to win in a fight, Nick said. But today is different, adds Darius, adding a burst of positivity. How? Asks Chris. We have Izuku now, and I am sure he wants to show off for his girlfriend. Darius, she is not my girlfriend. She is my bestest friend. Nick laughs. All right, boys, we can tease Izuku later. Here is the plan. Darius, go left, I'll go right. Chris, you and your army take the front. Izuku, you attack from behind. Use your quirk to try and blind him. Warn us first. Don't be afraid to go all out. But from behind is kind of cowardly, isn't it?" Izuku said. "Shouldn't we fight him head-on? Are you going to walk up to a villain, tap him on the shoulder, and say, 'Excuse me, sir'? Would you like to fight now, or would you rather terrorize citizens than fight?" Chris said. "What is the purpose of a fight?" "To win," Darius and Nick responded. All three were looking at Izuku. "This is not a spar but a fight," Chris said. "Remember, you fight to win and take down your opponent fast. Less collateral damage." They all take their stances. Nick turns and looks at Kyoka. "If you wouldn't mind, little lady." Kyoka smiles and raises her hand. Track 3. Ballroom Blitz. Sweet. Watch. Versus equals MPQPDYTTL7U. They were surrounded by yellow energy suddenly. Nick and Darius launched from their position, leaving holes in the floor mats. The army of Chris's did the same. Izuku used the cover of Chris's attack to maneuver behind their sensei. He was moving so fast that he almost tripped and fell. Darius's hands erupted into flames as he and Nick launched their attack. Nick threw a left cross while Darius executed a right kick. The master leaned back and raised his knee to block the kick. He struck Darius with an open palm strike in a blur of motion, sending him flying. Nick immediately followed with a spin kick, which the master blocked, then swept Nick's leg, sending him airborne. All the while, he was holding the stone in an open palm. As Chris and his army descended on the master, it was a flurry. The master remained untouched, sending duplicates, maybe even the original, flying. Izuku saw his opening, now, releasing a blinding flash and diving for the open palm. He grabbed nothing but air. An elbow struck him in the back, and a sidekick sent him away. Izuku regained his air as quickly as he could. The army of Chris started to attack again, only to be driven away. This time when they hit the ground, they would fade out. Nick grabbed the sensei's right arm as Darius latched onto the left leg. Izuku tried to capture the right arm and get the stone. Nick was thrown back off with a headbutt, and Izuku was met with a strike to his side. A downward strike caught Darius in the temple, knocking him out. Chris came in with a leaping punch only to be met with a spin kick sending him into darkness. Izuku was gasping for breath. Nick's nose, bloodied, came in as hard as possible to meet darkness with a rising kick. Izuku rose to his knees. His brothers were unconscious. He saw an axe kick coming for him. He raised his hands in an X to block. "I yield," he called out. The kick stopped. Kyoka was in awe of the spectacle she just saw. She rose from her seat and walked over to the sensei. "Can I have the pebble?" He smiled warmly at her and handed it over. She turned and looked at Izuku. "Mine," and she skipped over to her seat. As Izuku's brothers regained consciousness, their master said one thing. "Fetch the water," the four boys groaned. Track end. As Izuku had changed, he walked into the training room to see Kyoka being shown some things by the master. He noticed that the master smiled while teaching her. A fondness that Izuku had not seen before. When he came over, he smiled and bowed. "Master, how is the hill never the same size?" "Because the distance is always different," he said with a smile. "That is why we can never hit you. Our arms are never long enough," Izuku said with a smile as things clicked. "Something like that. Make sure to walk Kyoka all the way home now," he said, walking to the back. Chris emerged, watching Kyoka and Izuku throwing playful attacks at each other, and smiled. "Come on, you two, it's time to go home." "Okay, Chris," they responded as they followed him out the door and into the night. Izuku and Kyoka stood staring at each other. The 10-year-olds were in a bit of a panic. Thoughts of "how did we get into this mess?" raced across their faces. Kyoka stared at Izuku, narrowing her eyes. "You know this is your fault, Izuku," she accused, much to his shock. "How is this my fault? You were the one that told the teacher that we both play instruments," he said in defense. "That was after you talked about music night with my parents last night," she countered. "Look, let us just say that we are both to blame, and now we need to figure a way out," he said, holding his hands out in front of him. "How are we going to perform a song in front of the school?" she said, holding her head, trying to figure a way out of this predicament they found themselves in. "Okay, listen, we just need to fake our death and leave the country," he said, snapping his fingers. Her eyes widened. This was the perfect solution. Okay, I'll go pack. Make sure you bring some juice boxes. On it, he said, running off. They were arguing outside Kyoka's house over who forgot to bring the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Kyoka's parents had been watching The Great Escape for 20 minutes. Izuku got scolded by his brothers for 3 hours for attempting to run from his responsibilities. Kyoka talked to her parents for 10 minutes, who then told her and Izuku to hurry up and get practicing. Kyoka and Izuku practiced and practiced. Soon they could perform the song without messing up, but only do it when it was just the two. They graduated to do it before their parents and others from the dojo. Anyone else, and they froze. Katsuki was teasing them about how they would choke in front of the whole school. Kyoka was having nightmares, and Izuku was terrified. The stage fright was eating them alive, and nothing seemed to be breaking it. Nerves were eating them alive. Nick finally said, "Listen, kids, just ignore everyone else, okay?" They looked at him in plain confusion. "You guys are best friends, right?" They nodded in response. "And if it's just the two of you, then you can do it, just like in meditation where we block out everything else. Just do that, ignore everyone else and just play for each other." Just for Kyoka and Izuku. Izuku tried it first, and surprisingly, by solely focusing on Kyoka, he could ignore everyone else. With some coaching from Izuku and Chris soon, Kyoka could do the same. They practiced and practiced. Kyoka would tell him she was calm, she had it under control. She teased him that he was going to freak. She was terrified. The morning came, and she threw up lunch. She swore to the rock gods that her stomach was trying to escape her body and strangle her. Izuku was shaking, and he was nervous. He did not want to make a mistake. He wanted Kyoka to be proud of him. He wanted to play for her and show it was worth all the practice they had put in, that all the lessons her parents and her had given him were not for nothing. "I can't do it, Izuku. They are all going to laugh at me when I start singing." Kyoka blurted out. "No, they won't, Kyoka, you sing way better than me," Izuku replied. "Not when I forget all the words and faint. It is just you and me, Kyoka, no one else. There is no one at all, only me and you, remember. Just like in your room, sing to me, that is what I will do. I am singing for you." Their names were called. It was their turn to take the stage. The only thing Kyoka could hear was her heart thundering in her ears. As she and Izuku walked across the stage carrying their guitars, they took their seats. The teacher adjusted the microphones. The room was spinning. Kyoka knew she was going to faint. She should just run away before that happened. Her attention was drawn to a scrapping sound. Izuku was adjusting his chair to face her. "Just look at me, Kyoka, just sing to me, and it will all be okay," he whispered. She turned her chair so they were facing each other. They sat there for a breath staring at each other. She could not hear her mother and Inko squeal. Izuku did not hear his brothers laugh. "Just you and me, Kyoka, don't sing to them. Sing to me, and I will sing to you. I believe in you," he whispered. Track 4. I've Got This Friend, The Civil Wars. Watch. Versus equals VTLGAFXL23I. Izuku gave Kyoka a small smile before the lights dimmed. He struck the first chord and began to sing, never breaking eye contact. Everything else gently faded away. All that mattered to him was singing to Kyoka, proving to her how much her lessons meant to him. Kyoka was looking at him. Staring into those emerald green eyes, everything started to fade away. Nothing else mattered, only Izuku and her. There was no one else. She didn't want anyone else or need them. As Kyoka sang to her bestest friend, she knew that something was changing at this moment. It scared her and delighted her. Something was forever altered in this moment for both of them. When her voice joined in the song, beautiful was his thought. He had seen her like this in her room when they would practice songs for their world tour. This was different. She was beautiful. There was no one else, only her. He wanted this forever. Just her and him, just Kyoka and Izuku. He didn't understand it, but he knew that no matter what life brought, he could conquer it as long as she was by his side. The song's final chords were strummed, and the applause pulled them almost reluctantly back to the real world. Even Katsuki's cry of, "Stupid Deku," was drowned out simply by the yells of Inko and Mika. Mitsuki looked at her son funny when he said wanted to learn the drums. Once off stage, they hugged tightly. "I couldn't have done it without you," they both said, laughing. Whatever was different hung in the back of their minds, but neither knew what I was or how to address it, so they let it lie. Things changed after that performance. For some reason, people started paying more attention to them, like the kids in school would still give Deku a hassle, but the girls, well, the girls, would still give him shit. Some did not have the same malice. It was almost like they were joking with him, playful. Hell, if someone were on the outside looking in, they would say flirtatious. Even some guys would tell him things like "good song, man." Of course, only when Bakugo was away. Bakugo got even more annoyed when he noticed Deku was getting special attention. Kyoka, it was strange. She was not getting harassed as much. What was even stranger was some of the older girls in the gym asking her if Izuku was her boyfriend. "No, he is just my best friend." The strangest thing was when Bakugo told her she had a lovely voice. It would have been a nice moment if he did not immediately try and attack Izuku for getting a better score on the math test. Kyoka and Izuku spent much time together, writing terrible songs and playing music. However, their hand contact had become awkward, and they now argued frequently over trivial matters. She did not like the way he played a note. He did not like that she went with Zazo and Cal to the library to work on a project. She did not like that Kiki and Val were at his house while working on something. Typically, the fight would dissolve into name-calling one or both, running away in tears, saying they were no longer best friends. They would proclaim to their parents that their friendship was over and that it would never be repaired. They would ignore each other for a few days, being mopey and miserable before one would break and run, apologizing to the other. They would cry and hug, promising never to let it happen again. Only for it to happen again. Their brother Chris was not helping by pointing out at various times where they went wrong and whose fault it was. Both had wanted him on their side, and he was calling it right down the middle. It was a horrible pattern but eventually worked out when the kids turned 11. Though they did not have new friends, talking to other people in school was nice. Kyoka and Izuku had realized what they were afraid of was the other finding new friends and leaving the other behind. The feat that they would no longer be close or best friends was at the heart of it all. That was the root of the problem. Of course, they were able to figure it out, with a bit of help from Chris. But that is what big brothers were for. With only one semi-major squabble, another year it was past. The dojo. Izuku was at the gym. They had just finished the day. He was bummed it was spring break, but Kyoka and his mother were in Tokyo with her parents. They had booked some gigs and taken Inko with them, giving the woman a bit of a vacation as she had finally decided to divorce Hitoshi, something he didn't fight her on. Kyoka and Izuku talked daily, but it was not the same. Something was missing, and neither knew what it was. His silent musings on what was bothering him were broken when he heard someone walk through the front door and straight into the dojo. Before he could speak, he only saw blonde hair, blue eyes, and deep appeal. She wore a tight black pencil skirt, a blue blouse with ample cleavage, black boots, and a swish in her hips that Izuku's 12-year-old brain was unprepared for. It took him a moment to realize that he was ogling her. He flushed bright red. It was terrible, but not quite as bad when he found himself staring at Kyoka at the beach. That experience of all sorts left him in a mess for weeks. I mean, why did he stare at her like that, and then have that reaction? Then it was worse when Kyoka pressed up against him in the water. It had added to the confusion in his mind, and he didn't like it. Why was Kyoka confusing him so much? And who was this beautiful blonde girl? She is truly like no one I have ever seen. Why am I confused when Kyoka touches my hand? A giggle snapped him back. I don't know who Kyoka is, but it's flattering that I rank with her. Her Japanese was passable. She had a definite accent. As Chris here. Shit, I said all that aloud. Sure, let me get him for you. He dashed to the back, where his brothers were just done getting changed. Chris, a beautiful girl in the dojo is asking for you. About this high, blonde, blue eyes, Nick asked. His hand was about the mystery girl's height. Yes, how did you know Nick? Izuku asked. Oh, it's probably just Nettie, and here I thought Chrissy had a date, Darius added. Yeah, right, Chris couldn't get laid with $100 bills hanging out of his pockets. But hurry up, Darius, we don't want to keep the girls waiting. Nick said, we have actual dates. Beep you guys, Chris retorted. The two older brothers laughed and walked out. Izuku could hear them say, hi Nettie, bye Nettie. Hi and bye, you too, he heard her call out. Chris finished dressing and put an arm around Izuku's shoulder. Get changed, I will introduce you. That's not necessary, Chris. I wouldn't want to intrude. Nonsense, I want you to meet them, besides I am supposed to be looking after you while Inko is away. Chris stood and waited for Izuku to get changed. When they came out, there was one of the best-looking guys that Izuku had ever seen. It was strange for the thought to cross his mind, but it did nonetheless. Standing next to Nettie was a young man about 6'2", black suit, purple shirt, and a few buttons undone. Hair long pulled back in a ponytail, violet blue eyes, and perfect skin. It was just something that oozed off him. Izuku was drawn back to reality when he saw the two strangers run over and embrace Chris, Nettie. Alex. Guys, this is my little brother Izuku Midoriya. He bowed, a pleasure to meet you. He heard her giggle, then he was embraced. His head was placed between two warm, relatively soft, generous pillows. Has crashed. Reboot is in progress. I think you broke him, Nettie, Alex said. Chris just laughed. As Izuku rebooted, his face was nuclear. What? Why? Nettie laughed. It was rich and warm, with no hint of mocking. Chris has told us a lot about you. Any little brother of his is ours as well. Come on, let's go get dinner. The four amigos. It started that night. Then, it was just breathless. Izuku was grabbed by Nettie's hand and dragged along. His protests or pleas were ignored at the whims of the incredibly powerful blonde. For the whole week, it was like that. Training would end, the Nettie and Alex would appear and drag him and Chris off into the night. They dragged him out dancing. He had no idea how they even got in. He learned how to dance because Nettie would not take no for an answer. It was so much fun. Nettie and Alex had an infectious energy every night. Izuku thought the best part was how different Chris was around his friends. It was just this mad rush of fun and experiences. The only thing that made Izuku a little sad was that Kyoka was there having fun with them. Every night he would text Kyoka excitedly, telling her about everything and sending her photos. She sent back photos of the performances she was at and musicians she was meeting. She kept sending him all these photos of her hanging around her cousin. He felt jealous. He didn't know why, but something about it just gnawed at him. Alex and Sinedra were Chris's childhood friends, and they were dating. They were here to visit Chris from America, where they attended a hero school called Silverton University after America's first premier superhero Abel Silverton. Sinedra's quirk, or gift as she called it, was energy manipulation. Alex could fire a strange blast that unleashed a powerful shockwave. He could then absorb the energy released, refueling himself. Once Nettie learned of Izuku's quirk, she trained him and helped him make two breakthroughs. 1. He could unleash light from the channeled sound into a laser shot, courtesy of Alex's teaching, as his ability had him absorb and release energy. He could solidify it into a shield since they could shape light release into smaller or bigger flashes. He had called Kyoka, and as he was gushing about how awesome Nettie was and how she had helped, Kyoka snapped and told him to go ahead and make her his best friend and then hung up. She did not answer his calls for the rest of the trip. He would see her pictures on the gram. She was hanging around with her cousin, at the beach and all over the place. He tried calling her to find out why she was so mad until he stopped for a bit. Izuku was mad, frustrated, and confused. It had been 4 days, and aside from seeing pictures posted, there was no communication between them. They had never gone that long without talking, and Izuku was increasingly frustrated. On this day, they were at Alex and Nettie's hotel pool. Nettie in a bikini was another thing altogether. But he kept getting pulled back to Kyoka. He tried calling her, but she ignored him again. Chris sat at the pool edge beside him, giving him a little shoulder bump. All right, Izuku, what is wrong? He thought about lying but shrugged and spilled it all out to his older brother, the confusion and anger, the unreasonable reactions on his part and hers. Chris sat there in thought for a moment. Okay, listen, I will tell you something, and I want you to listen. Don't ask questions till I am done. He took a deep breath. I am bi. I am attracted to both men and women. I fell in love with my best friend. He pointed to Sinedra. I didn't say anything. Then we met Alex, and he was a little damaged. And I fell in love again. Alex does not swing that way, and he was in no place for me to say anything. He did not need that from me. Chris paused, letting Izuku absorb what he had said for a brief moment. He needed a friend. Since I had kept my mouth shut, I watched my two best friends, whom I was in love with, fall in love with each other. Look, Izuku, you and Kyoka are best friends. I get that, but that uncomfortable feeling in the pit of your stomach that you are feeling is jealousy. Trust me on this. Kyoka is probably feeling the same thing. I am sure you are sending her pictures of Nettie, and gushing about her is also causing her those same uncomfortable feelings. Look at those two in the water. Izuku looked over. Alex was holding Nettie out of the water, holding her close as she looked down at him, her hands resting on Alex's face as she leaned down and kissed him deeply. Close your eyes and imagine that you are Alex and Kyoka as Nettie. He did just that. With the warmth that flooded him, his head spun. His mind rushed, her against him at the beach, her laugh, her smile. She would close her eyes when she sang a song she liked. Her warmth against him on her bed. The feeling of whenever she took his hand. The way she would hold him when he cried or when she jumped on his back for a piggyback ride. The performance of how everything had faded away, there was nothing at that moment but them. He wanted that forever. How empty he felt when they were apart. His joy when he saw her after training or in the morning when she would open the door to go to school. She was the last thought before he went to sleep and his first when he woke up. How when anything good happened, he needed to tell her first. Now, whatever you just imagined. Imagine her doing any of that with someone else. He hoped he would never experience having his heart ripped out of his chest. But if it ever happened, he knew what it would feel like. Well, Chris asked. I am in love with her, Izuku whispered. So, what are you going to do about it? Chris said, you can't keep running. What should I do? Izuku said, I have never confessed to anyone before, I have never felt like this. Go big, Alex said, making Izuku jump. Huh, Izuku replied in confusion. Go big, don't leave any room for doubt or confusion. Make sure she knows exactly how you feel. What if she doesn't feel the same? Izuku said, his voice full of concern and worry. Then it will hurt, but if you are friends, you can work past it. It might take some time, and your friend might run halfway across the world but just chase them down. Trust me, it's worth it, Alex said, looking at Chris. What are you boys up to? Nettie came swimming over. Izuku is going to make his first love confession, and I was telling him to go big, Alex replied. Go big or go home, Nettie said, pumping her fist into the air. Don't worry, Izuku, we got your back now. What are we going to do? They immediately started planning. Thankfully, Nettie was there as their plans needed much help. He sent me a single text to her saying, just tell me when you get home, please. I miss you. Kyoka knew she had messed up. She had gotten so angry and stubbornly dug her feet in instead of fixing the problem, especially when Inko explained who was in the pictures and their relationship with Chris. She always jumped to conclusions, and now she had messed up and made it worse. She did not know how to fix this and knew her no response made it worse. She saw the final text before Izuku just stopped texting her. No more good night or good mornings. She was sullen the rest of her trip. Her parents told her to do as he asked. Izuku had already extended the olive branch and given her space. She nodded and told herself she would do that and text when they got home. She didn't even notice when they got off the plane that Inko had come to the house with them. She set her stuff down in her room, closed her eyes, and texted. Punk rock girl. I'm home, I missed you too, and I'm sorry. She prayed silently that she hadn't completely broken everything when she jumped as her phone vibrated almost immediately. Captain Firework. Come to the backyard. She was confused and walked downstairs towards the back. She did not even notice her parents and Inko lurking behind her. As soon as she entered, all these strands of lights came on, and standing in the middle of them was Izuku. She did not notice Chris gently taking her arm and guiding her to a chair before Izuku. Don't say anything, Kyoka, just listen, please. If you speak, I won't be able to do this. She just nodded. The parents started recording. Track 5. Just the Way You Are, Bruno Mars. Watch. Versus equals LJHCEHWIKXK. Oh. Her eyes. Make the stars look like they are not shining. Her hair. Falls perfectly without her trying. It happened again. Everything faded away just like that performance. It was just her and him. His eyes never left hers. She knew it was happening. She couldn't believe it. She held her hands to her mouth as her best friend sang his heart out. He bared himself to her. The change from that day on the stage suddenly became clear. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. Yeah, I know. When I compliment her, she won't believe me. And it's so sad to think that she doesn't see what I see. But every time she asks me, do I look okay? I say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you are amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. 'Cause, girl, you're amazing. Just the way you are. Yeah, her lips. I could kiss them all day if she'd let me. Her laugh. She hates it, but I think it's so beepy. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. Oh, you know I'd never ask you to change. If perfect's what you're searching for, then stay the same. So don't even bother asking if you look okay. You know, I'll say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. 'Cause, girl, you're amazing. Just the way you are. The way you are. Girl, you're amazing. Just the way you are. When I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you're amazing. Just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. 'Cause, girl, you're amazing. Just the way you are. Yeah. As the last chord fluttered into the night, Izuku set his guitar aside and walked up to her, extending his hand. She took it wordlessly, and he pulled her to her feet. Kyoka, you are my best friend, and I am in love with you. I don't know how long I have been in love with you, but I love you. Will you please be my girlfriend? Kyoka's mind swirled. Before she could even think or overthink it, she cried, crashing into him, and hugged him tight. Yes, I love you too. I love you too. With that, they looked into each other's eyes and kissed. It was soft as they were both new to this, but it grew stronger. They were brought back from their little personal universe by the cheering of their parents and clapping. They both were blushing, but they did not release their hug. She held him tight, her head on his shoulder, as a smile broke across their faces. Kyoka, she did not want to separate from Izuku, but she knew she could not just stand there and hug him for eternity. Slowly the whole experience crept into her mind. She had just shared her first kiss in front of her parents, his mother, and others. She had just confessed to and accepted the confession in front of the entire audience. She could feel the blood rushing to her face. She buried her head in his chest trying to hide. It was a strange voice that was giggling that brought her attention back as she tried to get control of herself. Standing there was the blonde from the photos. The one that had caused them to fight, but, in the end, she had caused this magical moment, possibly responsible for this embarrassing predicament. Was it possible to not like someone but like them simultaneously? Hi Jiro, it is nice to meet you. My name is Sinedra Dayspring. She extended her hand. Kyoka separated herself from Izuku. Immediately, she missed his warmth. She took the girl's hand. Hi, please call me Kyoka. Call me Nettie. He looks happy. Kyoka looked back to Izuku and noticed little fireworks erupting around him. Kyoka giggled. He does that sometimes, it's one of the things I love. It is cute, Let me introduce you to my boyfriend. Alex, this is Kyoka, Kyoka Alex. Pictures had not done her boyfriend justice. Kyoka was starstruck momentarily before she shook his hand. He just smiled and offered his congratulations. He stepped past her and brought Izuku back to reality before saying, "Congratulations, lover boy, but we promised to take this all down." "Oh, right," Izuku said, following after Alex, the goofy smile still on his face. Nettie leaned in and said, "If you wouldn't mind giving me your contact info, I can send you the video. I am sure that you will want it." Kyoka started twirling one of her jacks. "Yes, please." As she extended her phone, she looked over and saw Chris. She excused herself and ran over to him. "Did you have something to do with this? And how did you know?" she asked her brother. "Kind of. I could tell you two liked each other. And after you two started fighting, I could tell it was jealousy. So, I just gave him a nudge, and he did the rest." Chris said, "I didn't want the two of you to hurt each other unintentionally and have that lead to something that couldn't be fixed. I may only be an adopted big brother, but I want the both of you to be happy." Kyoka's eyes watered some. "Adopted big brother or not, you are everything I could wish for in a big brother." She stepped in and hugged him tight. "Thank you, Chris, but I have to ask, what did you tell him?" He returned her hug. Alex and Nettie were affectionate in the pool. Izuku was sitting there on the edge of the pool looking down. "We talked some, and I just told Izuku to imagine doing that with you. Then imagine you doing that with someone else. And he realized how he felt. That led to all this." "All this," she said, stepping back, "was amazing, a dream, everything I could have ever hoped for." "Thank you again, Chris." "My pleasure," he responded. "Now let me help those bozos get this cleaned up." Kyoka walked over to her parents, her face heating up again. "Did you guys know?" "Of course, honey. They called and asked permission to set all this up. Inko and I were thrilled," her mother responded. "We could see things were trending in this direction, but we were worried that both of you may miss what was right before you." Kyoka looked down and blushed more. "Not that I am thrilled about my daughter kissing some boy," her father started to say as both the women in his life just looked at him, taking a mirrored pose of one hip out with a hand resting on it. He sighed and smiled. "But I am glad it is Izuku. He is a good kid, and I know you two care about each other." Inko hugged Kyoka tightly. "I wish nothing but a bright future for you two." "Thanks, Mama Inko," Kyoka said as the waterworks broke from the Midoriya matriarch. Kyotoku skillfully maneuvered them near a flower bed. He looked at his wife as he walked back. What, the flowers needed some water. Once the cleanup was completed, it was time for everyone to head home. Kyoka and Izuku shared a kiss as he left. This time minus the audience, it only took him a moment this time to get the fireworks under control. When he got home, he called her, and they talked until they fell asleep on the phone. He was there right on time the following day. They blushed and managed their good mornings before he extended his hand. She interlaced her fingers with his and then walked off down the road. They walked into the school that way, holding hands, leaving no doubt that they were not together. Some of their classmates stopped and stared, but none were surprised. Though some hearts did break, that is neither here nor there. The young couple did not notice the looks they garnered but were wrapped in the sensation of being boyfriend and girlfriend. It was a case of new love, constantly holding hands or being close to each other. They were like that all day, in the hall going to classes, walking to lunch. Their heads tilted towards each other, giggling at each other. Diabetes cases rose that day. He did not want to leave her to go to the train so he could go to the dojo. She didn't want him to go either, but they knew Yoshi would not excuse him from training because he wanted to spend time with his new girlfriend. She told him to go and kissed him before blushing furiously. His brothers teased him as he, "Fetch the water," with a smile. It was young love, oblivious to what was around them. Bad love songs and all. All week it was this way. They answered questions from others who asked if they were together. The young couple didn't notice an ash-blonde-haired boy grinding his teeth. Katsuki Bakugo. He was pissed. What the beep is going on? Deku and earlobes. What the beep were they doing together? How dare that happen? Deku was a piece of shit and was meant to be alone. Yet Earlobes was always around him since that day. Why didn't she listen when he told her to stay away? She was not supposed to be with him. She was supposed to be with him. He stalked into the gymnasium. That stupid Deku was making things difficult. He was focused on the dodgeball game being played when he was called out. That piece of shit Deku had the nerve to catch his throw, the audacity to catch Bakugo's throw, putting him out. He was leaning against the wall and saw Earlobes doing the same. He walked over to her. "Hey, Lobes," he said, the anger and rage bubbling under the surface like a mighty volcano. When she saw him walking over, she hoped he would talk to someone else. It was always a hit-and-miss scenario with Bakugo. Most of the time, it was a miss as he still was an asshole to Izuku all the time and sometimes her. He would usually give her attitude and tell her she should stay away from Izuku. The same broken record since kindergarten. He had been acting a bit weirder since the performance a few years ago, but she didn't pay it any mind. She rolled her eyes. "What the hell do you want? What the beep are you hanging off of Deku like that?" he demanded. One sure way to piss Kyoko off was to come at her and demand answers. It immediately put her hackles up as she spit back. "That's none of your damn business. Look, you dumb ass, just answer me." He fired back. Kyoka's face changed from annoyance to anger, but before she could respond, it was then that one of the extras fell and busted their nose, and the teacher stopped the game to walk them to the nurse. Kyoka took a deep breath before she, "Not that is any of your business, but it's because Izuku is my boyfriend, now piss off." She walked away from him, proud she had managed to control her anger. He watched her almost skip over to Deku, who was rubbing the back of his head like a beeping moron. Then he saw her look around quickly and plant a kiss on that mother beeper. The anger that was bubbling began to spill over. No, that was not supposed to happen. She wasn't supposed to be doing that. He knew she was dumb, but this was it. He was going to show her whom she was supposed to be with and crush this beeping pebble once and for all. "Yo, Skin, lock the door," he growled to one of his cronies as he stalked toward the young couple. The rest of the kids noticed and started to form a circle. They could tell something was about to go down. He walked up and roughly yanked Kyoka away from Izuku. "Stay the beep away from him, Earlobes, you aren't supposed to be with this stupid piece of shit," he bellowed. The duo was momentarily shocked at his actions. "What the hell, Bakugo? Who the beep do think you are that you get to tell me who I can be with? Why the beep do I need your permission to jam my tongue down someone's throat?" She yelled. "Because I beeping said so. This shit ain't right. Just beeping listen to your better for once in your life," he yelled. Kyoka saw red. "Is this mother beeper telling me I need his permission to listen to my better? Beep you, Bakugo." She tore herself free and grabbed Izuku, and jammed her tongue down his throat to the whoops of the crowd. Bakugo lost it. He ripped her away again, and in his anger, his explosion accidentally triggered near her head. She screamed and fell back. "KY, beep Earlobes, why don't you just listen?" He got shoved from behind and sent sprawling to the floor as Izuku rushed past him to Kyoka, the shock of the situation now gone. "Are you okay?" he said, crouched over Kyoko almost in a mirror of all those years ago. She gave him a small smile, trying her best not to show how much pain she was in, but the tears forming in her eyes gave her away. "You know what? Beep this. If your dumb ass doesn't listen, then I will put Deku in his place and make you listen," Bakugo roared. As the words pierced Izuku's ears, he couldn't help but think of how this was like when he first met her, and all he could do was stand there and take the beating in the vain hope of protecting her. He wasn't the same boy he was all those years ago. Years of training at the dojo and years of having Kyoka with him every step of the way saw to that. Now Bakugo had attacked not only his best friend but his girlfriend. Beep that shit. Track 6. I Hope You Die, Bloodhound Gang. Watch. Versus equals IGMCWO and ab_channel equals Pilupi. Die. He leapt at them, letting a thunderous explosion fly at the couple. It rocked the gym and the students considerably. He killed them, the students thought. A glowing shield surrounded the couple as the smoke cleared. Izuku could take a lot, but this was it. Bakugo had hurt Kyoka, and now if it weren't for his shield, God only knows what could have happened. Izuku clenched his fists. Then he heard it. Kick his ass, baby. The shield dropped. Izuku exploded out with a rising knee to Bakugo's chin, snapping his head back and sending him flying. Bakugo tumbled. Using his explosions, he rocketed himself forward with a flying right hook. Izuku slipped to the side, delivering a kick to the gut followed by an elbow to the back of the head. Bakugo skipped across the hard ground. Izuku jumped after him, coming down with a knee. The basketball court floor was caved in from where Izuku landed with his knee. Bakugo rolled the side and landed a hard kick from his side position to Izuku's head. The class was shouting and encouraging the fight, but it wasn't the routine cheering for Bakugo, so he wouldn't turn on them. None of the students had ever seen someone fight back, let alone draw blood against the school bully. Seeing Izuku fight back and the look of determination ignited cheers from the crowd as they hoped to see Bakugo finally taken down. Bakugo kicked up and launched himself backward into the air. Izuku ran after, using his light to create a ramp. He speared Bakugo out of the air and into the wall. The teacher was pounding on the door, attempting to get in. The massive explosion that started the brawl had alerted the whole school. Pinned against the wall, Bakugo landed a solid body blow. Izuku countered with a headbutt, breaking Bakugo's nose. Bakugo spun to his side, throwing a wild back elbow. Izuku ducked, wrapping his arms around Bakugo's waist, delivering a German suplex. Bakugo rolled through and fired a blast, blinding Izuku for a moment. Bakugo rushed in, delivering a 1-2 combination. He went for the right hook. Izuku saw it and ducked under and captured Bakugo's arm, rolling him with a quick motion that separated Bakugo's right shoulder. Bakugo swung his left arm forward to fire another blast. A quick shield deflected it as Izuku slipped by and, grabbing Bakugo by the legs, took him down and assumed the mount and just started dropping elbows. After the third, Bakugo went limp as the doors burst open and faculty rushed in. Izuku stood up with blood dripping from his lip. He was breathing heavily as he backed away, his arms up in the air. End track. Inko and Mitsuki arrived at the school at about the same time. To Inko's surprise, Mitsuki was directed to the nurse's office while Inko was brought directly to the principal. Inko saw her son sitting there with a bruise on his cheek, holding a towel to his mouth. "Hey, Mom," he said, looking up at her. His eyes were clear, as was his voice. "Don't you hey Mom me, what the heck happened?" Inko said, rushing over to inspect him. She was concerned and not angry. She was more frightened when she received the call, only telling her an altercation had occurred and that she needed to rush to the school. "Your son and Mr. Bakugo decided to use quirks in class. Against each other. Now the police are on their way. Izuku instigated the whole affair," the principal said, emerging from his office. The condescending tone in his voice put Inko off immediately. The door burst open. "That's bullshit. It was all Bakugo's fault. Ask the other students, or check the cameras," Kyoka shouted as she rushed to Yoshiku's side. Her quirk had allowed her to hear everything. "Ms. Jiro, return to class," the principal ordered. "Like hell, I will. What about this, huh?" She held up her blackened jack. "Crossfire," he said dismissively. "And what about them?" She pointed out the door to most of the class that had come to ensure that Bakugo didn't get away with it this time. His opening attack had shaken them to the core. None of them could produce shields. They all imagined what would have happened to them if their roles were reversed. The principal stormed out into the waiting area to confront the students. Inko turned to Izuku. "What happened?" she asked while he was distracted. Izuku recounted what had happened leading up to the fight, while Kyoka added what Bakugo had said to her and the explosion that damaged her jack. The ruckus outside was getting louder as the students argued against the principal, demanding that something be done. It wasn't until the police arrived that the order could be reinstated. Nurse's office. Bakugo shot up and instantly regretted it. His face was sore, his body was aching, his shoulder was in a sling. He saw his mother and groaned. "That beeping piece of shit, how did I lose?" he managed to say as he held his hand to his head. Mitsuki resisted the urge to slap her kid, but what caught her attention was that not only was it her son in the nurse's office, but he also looked like he had been beaten soundly. The nurse had given her a rundown of her son's injuries. "What the beep is wrong with you, Katsuki? Why did you attack Izuku and Kyoka?" she said, angry with a rich undertone. I know the three of you don't hang out anymore, but what reason would you have for attacking them like that? Because stupid earlobes is with Deku, and she isn't supposed to be. He said quietly, defeated. It wasn't supposed to be this way. I am the future #1 hero, and he is just a goddamn Deku. Mitsuki was confused for a second, then it clicked. First, don't you ever call him Deku again, he has a name and has been working his ass off. After what he did to you, he deserves to be called Izuku or Midoriya, at least. Second, why would Kyoka want to date you if this is how you act and call her earlobes? Just because your quirk is strong, but if you treat people around you like shit, no one wants to be with someone like that. I dismissed your behavior, thinking you were just like me, and I was right. Katsuki looked at his mom. What happens now? I don't know, brat, I don't know. Front office. The students returned to their class once their statements were being collected. Amazingly, the cameras who had lost the footage of the incident in the gym miraculously recovered it as soon as the police arrived. They had Izuku walk through the fight. It was established that Izuku used his quirk in self-defense. Eyewitness statements corroborated it. Inko took Izuku and Kyoka back to her house. She called Mika to tell her what had happened and that Kyoka was with her. Inko had a lot to think about and a challenging conversation with Mitsuki. Both mothers had known that their sons didn't get along anymore, but not to this extent. Not for a knockdown drag-out brawl in the middle of dodgeball. Midoriya house. Inko went to the store to pick up some ice and food for dinner. Izuku lay on his bed. Kyoka looked down at him. Thank you for defending me. She planted a tender kiss on his lips. Izuku smiled. The pain of the day was worth it all for that tender kiss. Izuku woke up with a very warm sensation next to him. He looked over and nuzzled. Next to him was Kyoka. She had a slight smile on her face. He saw that his door was open. He guessed at the very least that his mom knew, which meant Kyoka's mom knew, so it was okay, and death was not around the corner. Even if it isn't, this is nice, he thought. His alarm woke Kyoka, who mumbled 5 more minutes before it seemed to dawn on her where she was. She sat up quickly, looked down at Izuku, and blushed. Inko's laughter saved them from the moment ultimately going haywire. It's okay, Kyoka. Your mom knows. She brought over a fresh uniform for you. Why don't you take a quick shower while I make breakfast? Inko said, her laughter continuing as she walked away. Morning, beautiful, Izuku said. His smile was bright and warm. Morning, she managed, despite the blush and desire to flee. After an excellent breakfast, they stepped out into the morning air. Izuku extended his hand. Track 7. Pharrell Williams, Happy, Watch, versus equals ZBZSE6N_BXs and AB_channel equals Pharrell Williams Vivo. Bakugo did not return to school that day or any day after that. His parents had withdrawn him, and no one knew where he had transferred to. Izuku hadn't entirely realized the pressure that was relieved with him being gone. The entire atmosphere of the school was different. After the fight in the gym, everything changed. Some of his flunkies tried to keep up as if Bakugo were still there or coming back, but they were soon ignored. As they had no power, the fight had dispelled the myth of Bakugo. The change was interesting, to say the least, for the young couple. Guys would walk past Izuku, give him fist bumps, and say things like, "Good morning." Or, "Hey man, what's up?" He wasn't this social pariah anymore. He was being given respect. It was a lot for him to take in, but it also carried a bit of resentment of what they had to go through to get to this point. He understood how the school had protected Bakugo and how everything was always someone else's fault. Someone had to stand up. Fortunately, Izuku had been able to beat him in a fight, and Kyoka had rallied everyone to stand up and not let it be swept under the rug. Kyoka was in the same boat but from the girls. Kyoka noticed she didn't like the girls, especially those there for the fight, who seemed to enjoy talking to Izuku now. While the boys talked to her, they tried hard to keep it friendly, as if Izuku would become a new Bakugo. It took a few weeks for them to realize that wasn't who Izuku was. The girls, on the other hand, started to see how good of a catch Izuku was. While they wouldn't outright flirt with him in front of her, she noticed all the attention they gave him. Thankfully she was able to keep the green jealousy monster under control. Overall, the air was better, and the lack of stress was divine. Izuku and Kyoka enjoyed the change of pace. They had already been discussing going to a different high school than Bakugo. They were looking at Jiko Suru High, which offered an outstanding academic and robust musical curriculum. It would give them the best chance of getting into the UA and allow them to continue music, something they both loved. It was a much better time than they had ever experienced, and it set a new expectation of what their school life should be and would be. The young couple were very much in love with each other and their new school life. To put it simply, they were happy. -4 years later, Kyoka woke up and stretched her arms above her head, glancing around her room till her gaze fell on the alarm clock on the other side. Her jack flew out and turned it off. She watched in amusement as it rolled to a different location for tomorrow. She looked down at her chest and smiled. They were finally coming in. Now, they would be nothing like Inko's, but they were now existent, and her boyfriend seemed to like them. She giggled at the thought. Her boyfriend, for the past 4 years, had been able to call him that. Her Izuku quickly grabbed her phone and smiled as she saw the text she had seen daily for 4 years, "Good morning, beautiful." She giggled as she went to get dressed for the day. It was their 4th anniversary, her parents were out of town, and Inko had to work overnight. As she stood in the shower, she closed her eyes, letting the water cascade off her body. Her mind drifted. They had made it 4 years. It hadn't been a perfect 4 years since they were young. They made mistakes but nothing they couldn't work past, not without the help of their parents or Chris and the others at the dojo. But in their 2nd year, she had almost destroyed it, not only them being a couple and friends. Flashback. Kyoka heaved a heavy sigh. The makeup test in math was brutal. That is what she gets. She had fought with her boyfriend, and they hadn't entirely made up. She felt a bit insecure as she wasn't as developed as some other girls in their class, especially Bria Kiyoshi, whom she saw Izuku talking to more. Bria was a bit taller, of course, curvier, her long light brown hair hung just below her butt, honey brown eyes, and of course, she was talented. So when she saw Bria and Izuku becoming friendly, she felt insecure, and instead of talking about it, she lashed out, leading to a fight. She was stubborn, she knew it. When she saw Bria laughing and thanking him for letting her borrow his notes, she just let it eat at her as her insecurities took over. Then it was announced about a massive test in math, not her best subject, and he had been bugging her to let him help her study. She said he was nagging. He said he didn't realize her quirk was part donkey for how stubborn she was being. She saw him helping Bria with a math problem after class one day, and it blew up. For 2 weeks, they had barely talked and didn't hang out. He even came over to make up, and she told him she was busy. "I need to make this right. My heart hurts." I am sure he feels the same way. "I know I will see him at practice, and we can get right," she thought. Then she opened the door, and she saw Bria beeping Kiyoshi hugging her man with those big things smooshed up against him, and worse, he was hugging her back. Her insecurities flooded her. Izuku always told her she was beautiful but still insecure. Izuku struggled with his confidence sometimes and she would tell him he was being silly and how much she loved him. High school had been going well for them. They had friends, played all kinds of music, and no Bakugo or people were trying to bully them. She stormed over to them, her mind telling her all kinds of things that were just insane if she stopped for half a second. The Jiros were not known for rational thinking in emotionally spiked moments. "What the beep is going on? Get the hell off him. Why are you hugging her like that?" "Kyo, how dare he use her nickname," she thought. "Kyo, calm down, it's not what you think." "Yeah, Jiro, chill," he was just, Kiyoshi started to say. "You keep the beep out of this, so that is what you've been up to, huh? When were you going to tell me?" Kyoka said, cutting Bria off. "Tell you what, Kyo. There is nothing to tell," he responded. "I mean, I would talk to you, but you never decide to answer my calls or texts." "But oh no, Kyoka, Jiro won't even talk to me." She glared at him, as his tone became sarcastic. "So, we have a fight, and you run to this big titty bitch," Kyoka bellowed, her emotions running wild, her mind filling with all sorts of crazy, lewd thoughts. Who the beep you are calling a big titty bitch, you flat-chested psycho, Bria said, getting in Kyoka's face. Kyoka was about to shove Bria, but before she could do anything, two strong arms picked her up and pulled her away. The entire room was watching the drama unfold. Let me go, god damn it. Let me go. She kicked her legs like a petulant child. Izuku was pulling her out of the room. No, Kyoka, calm down for beep's sake and just listen. Her emotions and insecurities were running rampant. At this point, her anger was raging. As they exited the door, she was still struggling. He finally released her. You're defending her, is that what you want? Huh, just tossing me aside now. She rambled, tears in her eyes at the thought of him leaving her. God damn it, no, Kyoka, I would never toss you aside. I don't want Bria, I want you. If you had bothered to talk to me in the past 2 weeks, this wouldn't be happening. He said, rich with emotion, I don't know what you want. I tried to make up with you, but you just sent me away. Oh, yeah, it is all Kyoka Jiro's fault. You know what, beep you, Izuku. She yelled, pushing him back some. He took a deep breath. Kyoka, please just calm down. You know what, Izuku. Go back to her, I don't care. She raged, go back and be with her. You, beeping Deku. As soon as she said it, she knew she beeped up. The beep up of all beep ups. She saw it. She had just slapped him across the face, ripped out his heart, ate it, shit it back out, and handed it to him. Izuku, her anger gone, her heart pounding. Go away, Jiro, just go away. Her heart nearly shattered hearing her last name come from his mouth. She could see the tears as he walked back into the class. He was leaving her in the hallway. She reached for him but touched nothing but air. Her world was crumbling, and she fled. She ran home. Oh my god, I beeped up. I beeped it all up. 10 years of friendship, 2 years of dating. He hates me now. I have destroyed everything. Her mind kept screaming at her how she had burnt everything to the ground all the way home. She burst into her house in tears, to the shock of her parents. She just ran upstairs, ignoring their calls, burst into her room, slamming the door, and threw herself on the bed, grabbing her pillow to muffle the sobs. Of course, Kyotoku immediately decided that someone had to be killed and assumed it was Izuku because he had done something terrible to his daughter, his perfect angel. He was preparing to go find out what Izuku had done, but his wife stopped him. Mika calmed her husband, called Inko, who had no idea what was going on. Izuku wasn't home or answering her calls. Mika went upstairs and she was able to hear her daughter wailing in her room. Mika could tell it wasn't the angry kind. She wondered if maybe they had broken up. She knew they had gotten into a fight a few weeks ago. But this seemed different. She approached her daughter's door and gave it a light knock. Kyoka, she said as she entered the room. There, her daughter was holding Izuku's sweatshirt and crying. She sat on the edge of the bed. Did something happen to Izuku? Oh god. Honey, is Izuku okay? Did something happen? Mika said, panicking and wondering if something terrible had happened. Her daughter just started crying harder. They tried to talk, but it was a garbled mess. Eventually, she was able to make out, I beeped up, over and over. Kyoka kept repeating that phrase, which calmed Mika as far as Izuku not being seriously injured, but that meant this was something on the emotional side, and her daughter felt she was in the wrong. The rest was this garbled mess as Kyoka clung to her mother desperately. All Mika could do was sit there and do her best to comfort her daughter till she finally calmed her down enough to get the story. She listened, getting some clarification as her daughter rambled, but when Kyoka said the Deku part, Mika was confused. She didn't understand how this phrase set this whole thing off. She had to coax the story of why the Deku part was so bad, and once she did she understood. What am I going to do, Mom? I beeped up so bad. Kyoka said between the sniffles. I don't know, honey, you have to apologize and hope he forgives you. Mika rubbed Kyoka's back. We all beep up, but I think you guys can survive this, but you have to apologize to him and this Bria girl. If nothing is going on, then you made a scene in front of your class and accused her and him of having an affair. She hugged the sniffling Kyoka for a minute. I am going to go calm your father down. I will call you when it's time to eat. Kyoka sat in her room, hugging his sweatshirt before putting it on and rocking herself on the bed. It was around 7 p.m. when her dad came up. "Sweetie, there is a girl named Bria here. She said she needs to talk to you." Kyoka looked wide-eyed before getting up and stomping down the stairs, seeing Bria standing in the doorway. "Hey, Bria." Bria glared at her. "Would you mind stepping outside so I can talk to you?" Kyoka just nodded and stepped out. If she was going to get slapped, she didn't want her parents to see it as soon as the door closed. "What do you want, Bria?" "First, don't give me that shit after the stunt you pulled. You are such a bitch sometimes, Jiro." "First, I wasn't trying to steal your boyfriend. He was helping me with my guitar solo, oh, and some math homework. All he did the entire time was talk about your dumb ass and how you were mad at him. He was hugging me because of these." She held up 2 VIP passes for the Deep Dope concert next month. "Since he had helped me out, I put him into contact with someone. He wanted these for the two of you. God, you are so beeping lucky to have such a good boyfriend. You know how many girls would snatch him up." "Stupid bitch." Kyoka shrank in on herself. She accused them of awful things, and he was getting VIP tickets to her favorite band. Her voice came out timid, ashamed. "I'm sorry, Bria." "No, you don't get off that easy." Izuku ran out of class crying, "The same class you insulted me in front of. You apologize to me there, but if you don't make things right with Izuku, I will slap the shit you." Bria glared at Kyoka. "That stupid ass loves you. I don't beeping know what you said to him, but he didn't deserve that." Bria left, leaving Kyoka standing there feeling even worse. Eventually, Kyoka walked back in and just sat at the table, crying some more. She stumbled to her room and fell asleep, still holding his hoodie. Her mom awoke her. She looked at the clock. It was 1 a.m. "Kyoka, have you heard from Izuku? He hasn't come home. He skipped training. Chris and the boys have been looking for him, and they can't find him." Kyoka's eyes widened as her heart began to race. She grabbed her phone and tried to call him. It went straight to voicemail. He must have turned it off, or it was out of power. Kyoka thought about it. She thought hard. She had hurt him so badly. Where would he go? She jumped off the bed, raced past her mom, down the stairs, grabbed her sandals, and raced out the door, yelling, "The park!" behind her to her mother's increasingly frantic worries. Track 8. Only you, Magro. She raced as fast as she could. He had to be there. He just had to be there. As she rounded the corner, she raced into the park. She knew the spot. She looked around, and it was dark and hard to see. She stumbled towards the spot. Then she saw him sitting in the same place they had met, where they had had an anniversary picnic. Where they had snuck out to go stargazing, holding hands, and kissing. She raced to him, her feet slipping on the grass. "Izuku," she yelled. He looked up as she barreled into him, knocking him over. "Oh, God, I am so sorry, please forgive me. I love you so much, and I am such an idiot. It just slipped out because I was stupid. Please give me another chance. I won't do it again, I promise. Izuku, don't leave me, please love you. I love you so much." She descended into crying, gabbing at his shit. "Please, please, oh God please Izuku." She felt his hand on her head as she looked up into his tear-stained face. "That hurt, Kyo. That hurt bad. I never expected to hear that from you, not from you," his voice cracked. "I love you too. Just promise me never to do that again, promise me, Kyo. I don't think I can handle that. I promise, I promise." She just sat there crying against him. They sat there clinging to each other, tears falling, till flashlights fell on them. "Hello, Inko, we found them," they heard Chris say as the lights lowered. Before Chris and the boys took Kyoka home, they took Izuku home to the worried Inko. Track ends. Things did not magically fix themselves. She had hurt him. Her words had hurt him deeply, a betrayal of their relationship. They were talking but not holding hands or kissing. At most, she would be able to kiss his cheek, or once or twice, he kissed hers, but there was this distance between them. A distance she had created. He needed to fix this to get her Izuku back. She talked to Nettie and was told the same thing that Chris had told Izuku 2 years ago. Go big or go home. First, Kyoka stood in front of the entire music class and apologized to Bria. She clarified to everyone that it was all her being crazy and nothing that Bria or Izuku had done. Then she had to do precisely what Izuku had done, bare herself to him completely. The only question was how. Izuku sat in class and looked around, and Kyoka wasn't there today. She had messaged him the night before, saying she would see him at school. Yet she wasn't in homeroom. He just laid his head on his desk. There had been this distance between them since that day, and he didn't know how to close it. Bakugo had been removed from their lives, but that word still hung around his head like an albatross. With his training at the dojo and his relationship with Kyoka, he sometimes still wondered if he was worthy of it all. Suppose he was still faking it till he made it. He needed to talk with Kyoka and get this sorted out. He didn't like how this made him feel, and he was sure she wasn't enjoying it either. The Deep Dope concert was coming soon, maybe he could get it sorted out by then. He was pulled out of his thoughts slightly by the morning announcement. Hello, students, this is Principal Mazur with your morning announcements. First, the Culinary Club wants to remind everyone that the bake sale will be in the quad. Excuse me, class. Everyone had already begun to kind of zone out, including Izuku, and then a familiar voice brought him back. Hello, students of Jiko Suru High. This is Kyoka Jiro, and 2 weeks ago, I messed up badly. I hurt the person I love most, and I need him to know how much I love him and how sorry I am. Izuku, this is for you. Track 9, Everlong, Acoustic, Foo Fighters. Hello. I've waited here for you. Everlong. She thought of him in the park, what she had done. Her voice wavered as she sang the next verse. Tonight, I throw myself into, and out of the red, out of her head, she sang. Come down and waste away with me. Down with me, slow, how you wanted it to be. I'm over my head, out of her head, she sang. Kyoka thought of all the times they would just lay in her room, holding hands, listening to music. Nothing else was needed but knowing they were together. And I wonder, when I sing along with you, if everything could ever be this real forever. If anything could ever be this good again. The only thing I'll ever ask of you. You've got to promise not to stop when I say when. She sang. Tears slid down her cheeks. She wanted him back. Those listening could hear her voice crack. She didn't know that. Ignoring the shout of their teacher, Izuku bolted from his seat and took off running down the hall with only one thought in his head. Kyoka. Breathe out, so I can breathe you in. Hold you in. And now. I know you've always been. Out of your head, out of my head, I sang. She promised, never again, never again. She would never hurt him like that or measure her self-worth or herself against someone else. He loved her. He told her, and he had told her first, declared it that night in her backyard before everyone important. She was never going to jeopardize this ever again. And I wonder, when I sing along with you, if everything could ever feel this real forever. If anything could ever be this good again. The only thing I'll ever ask of you. You've got to promise not to stop when I say when. She sang. And I wonder, please, oh God, please. She thought. Let this reach him. Let him understand. If everything could ever feel this real forever. If anything could ever be this good again. The only thing I'll ever ask of you. You've got to promise not to stop when I say when. The last strum faded out on the guitar. The sound of a door being broken open rang out over the speakers across the school. Oh shit, I love you Izuku Midoriya. She cried out. Ms. Jiro. The mic cut off. End track. She sat in the waiting area as her parents had been contacted. She wiped away the tears, her mind racing at all that might happen. Then she heard the shout, hey, you can't be in here, young man. Kyoka. She knew that voice. Izuku. She yelled back, getting to her feet. He burst in, seeing her there, tears still in her eyes. He ran and embraced her. She stiffened and melted. He tilted her head and crashed into her lips. She hungrily returned his kiss. Sorry, Izuku, sorry. It's okay, Kyo, it is okay, he muttered. Mr. Midoriya. The voice of the principal rang out. Yes, Principal Mazur, he said, wincing. Why don't you sit with Ms. Jiro while I contact your mother? Principal Mazur sighed as he closed his door. Yes, sir, Izuku said as he sat beside her. They sat there smiling and holding hands. Kyoka Jiro was suspended that day for 1 week with a further week of dentition. Izuku Midoriya was suspended for 2 days. Their parents grounded them. They couldn't go out or have their phones after 8 p.m. It didn't matter to them. After her suspension, he stood outside her door, smiling and holding his hand. Flashback ends. Kyoka smiled as she texted back, "Good morning, handsome. Today was going to be a great day, the sun was out. Nothing could ruin today or tonight. As long as she had Izuku, everything would be alright." Kyoka arrived at the music store with a bounce in her step. Sitting inside waiting was her Izuku. He had a smile on his face. The kind of smile that meant he was up to something. She wanted to question it but decided against it, taking the hug and stealing a kiss instead. They held hands as they walked around the store. It was a ruse. She wanted to look at that purple Fender Ventera 50s precision bass. She wanted it wrong. It was so damn expensive, though. Her eyes found the case, and her heart dropped. It was empty. It was gone. She hid her disappointment before asking Jay what had happened to it, and he dropped the truth. Someone had purchased it yesterday. She turned to see Izuku holding a case out to her. "For you, babe," he said, his smile lighting up her whole face. No freaking way, did he? She sat on a bench and, with trembling fingers, opened the case. There it was in all its purple and wooden glory. How? What? Why? She stammered out, her hands trembling, afraid to touch it. She lifted it tenderly. He just smiled. "Don't you like it?" "Izuku, I love it. But I can't accept it, it's too expensive," she protested. "Kyo, I love you, we have been together for 4 years. I wanted to do this for you. I saw how you looked at it. Besides, I already did, and Jay said the sale was final." He shrugged. She carefully put the bass back in its case before embracing Izuku in a tight hug. "Thank you, Izu. Thank you so much. I love you too." They arranged for Jay to deliver the instrument to Kyoka's house, and the couple left the store and went through the shopping district. Kyoka and Izuku were just in bliss as they stopped at their favorite ice cream shop to share the couple's sundae. She pulled him into a clothing shop to surprise him with a new leather jacket she had bought for him. She got to laugh as she was able to return the favor of gifting something he had been eyeing. She had spent her money on his gift instead of the guitar, and he had spent him on the guitar instead of the jacket. It made it more remarkable that they both had what they wanted gifted to them by the person they loved. They had just finished lunch and were about to head down to the park before going to the movies when they heard explosions in the distance. Izuku turned and looked at her with pleading eyes. She sighed, giving him an exaggerated eye roll. He loved hero battles, always taking notes and hoping to see someone make their debut. "Yes, we can go check it out. You're big dork," he smiled, leading her in the direction of the commotion. They arrived to find a crowd, and the pro heroes, Mt. Lady, Cammy Woods, and Backdraft, stayed back as the crowd grew restless. Izuku and Kyoka couldn't see what was happening when she suddenly saw something catch Izuku's attention. He pulled her through the crowd. As they got closer, they could hear a woman screaming for someone to help her son. The curses interlaced immediately informed Kyoka who it was. Izuku approached Mitsuki. In her arms was a small girl with similar ash blonde hair. "A daughter. Auntie, what is going on?" Mitsuki turned, holding the crying child who was calling for her Oni-san. She saw Izuku and Kyoka emerging from the crowd. "Oh, God, Izuku, some villain has Bakugo, and none of these beeping heroes are doing anything. He is going to die. Why someone won't do something is beyond me." Izuku turned and looked at Kyoka. She saw the uncertainty cross his face. It was brief, and then she could tell what he was about to do. "I have your back," she said. Izuku started pulling in all the sound he could. The world was silenced, and he let go of Kyoka's hand. "Don't worry, Auntie." Track 10. Dare to be stupid. Weird Al Yankovic. "You know this is stupid, right?" she said. "Yeah," he responded sheepishly. "But being a hero is sometimes a little stupid, right?" I am glad I don't have to answer you, sensei. That shit is on you. She responded. Izuku shuddered. Let's be stupid, he yelled. The two teens rushed past the barricades, ignoring the screams of the heroes and police to stop. They saw it then. A green sludge villain had encased Bakugo, and he had a look of terror in his eyes. Izuku extended his hand, causing a barrier of light to erupt from the ground, cutting Bakugo free. Kyoka slid under a clumsy swing and jammed her jacks into the head of the villain, pumping her heartbeat through the villain. It recoiled away. Izuku formed a shield around Bakugo, pushing the sludge away. Bakugo frantically clawed the goo from his face, gasping for breath. Stop interfering with me, you damn skin suits, the villain roared. The sludge merged back together and swung a mighty blow, shattering Izuku's shields. Kyoka dodged another attack, but when another tentacle flew out of the creature's body, it struck her in the gut, sending her crashing into a pile of trash. Kyoka, Izuku yelled as he sliced the tentacle that had struck her. What the beep are you doing here, Deku? Bakugo yelled now that he could breathe. Trying not to die, Izuku said back sarcastically. Get Lobes the beep out of here. I got this. Your explosions weren't doing anything, but Kyoka's sound did. The duo jumped away from each other as a large piece of the monster came crashing down in between them. I will isolate the head, go for its eyes. Bakugo wanted to snap a response, but he didn't. Don't tell me what to beeping do. Izuku dashed to the side, now. He isolated the head, more exactly the eyeballs, while simultaneously using a barrier to launch Bakugo forward. He fell to his knee, his head pounding. Bakugo jammed both his hands at these things' eyes. Die, he screamed, letting loose all he could. The explosion was intense, knocking him back. Kyoka ran and tackled Izuku out of the tentacle smash. The three scrambled to their feet. The villain was reforming. For beep's sake, Kyoka yelled. The villain leapt at them. Izuku grabbed Bakugo and Kyoka for him and wrapped them in a shield. No more games, skin suits, it's all over. The villain growled out. Right, you are villain. Texas smash. End track. They stood there in awe as the rain started to fall. Izuku let his shield fall. Bakugo got to his feet, holding his shoulder. Kyoka slowly gained her feet as well. The heroes and police descended on the scene. His mother nearly tackled Bakugo, and the crying child leapt from her mother's arms and held onto Bakugo, crying. Kyoka and Izuku were separated from Bakugo and his family as the heroes began to threaten them with being charged with vigilantism until All Might came over and thanked them for holding off the villain until he could leap in. Suddenly, there were no more threats of charges. Izuku and Kyoka gave their statements and were allowed to leave. As they made their way through the streets heading home, their date plans had been cancelled for the day due to all the excitement. Izuku, Kyoka, wait. They turned and saw Bakugo running towards them. They paused warily. Wait, let me talk to you too. He came to a stop in front of them, his hands clenched. What do you need, Bakugo? Kyoka asked. I didn't need either of your guys' help, he yelled. You didn't save me, Deku, it was All Might, and you Lobes are going to get yourself killed following him into a fight like that. Izuku and Kyoka were stunned. Is he for beeping real? Kyoka whispered. Are you beeping serious? Izuku yelled back. Dead beeping serious, Bakugo yelled back. You are going to get her killed, you can't protect her. I don't need to be beeping protected, you asshat. Kyoka yelled. I can take care of myself, make my own decisions, hell, I can't even cut my steak. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you, Izuku said. But whatever delusion you need to tell yourself so you can go to sleep at night, you do that. He took Kyoka's hand and walked away. All Might save me, not you. Not you. They heard him yelling as they left. They stopped and looked at each other once they could no longer hear him. Did all that really happen? Izuku said in disbelief. I think so, but you know. Wait here. I am going to run to the restroom real quick. Try not to do anything else stupid today, Kyoka said as she walked away. I can't. You will be taking all the stupid with you, Izuku called after her. He took a deep breath and looked himself over, ensuring he hadn't missed an injury or anything. He leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath. The date was ruined, but at least they will never forget it today. Ah, There you are, young man. I was looking for you. A voice boomed as the #1 hero of Japan came sliding into view. What the heck, All Might, what are you doing here? Izuku said, almost falling over in shock. Kyoka, she splashed some water on her face, patted it dry, checked herself over again, and took a deep breath before returning to Izuku. That is why I want you to inherit my quirk. What the hell is going on? She paused around the corner, listening intently to the whole conversation. One for all, Izuku was becoming the next symbol of peace, all of it. Of course, All Might, but I must tell Kyoka about this. I couldn't hide something like this from her. She heard her wonderful boyfriend say. And if I forbade it? This mother beeper, she thought. I swear to keep your secret for all my days, but you must find another person to inherit your quirk. Keeping things from each other almost tore us apart once. I won't allow that to happen again. I love her too much, Izuku responded. And what if you break up? He questioned. She would never betray me. Damn right, I will not. You can step out now, young lady, All Might called out. Eeepp. Kyoka stepped out from around the corner. Izuku turned. Kyoka, how long were you there? Long enough to hear all the important stuff and tell you that you are getting a special reward when we get home. Izuku blushed. You knew I was there, didn't you? Of course, you don't get to be the #1 hero for as long as I have without noticing things, All Might said with a smirk. So why the song and dance? Kyoka said, standing next to Izuku. A test of young Midoriya's conviction. If he had said that he would lie to you, I would have withdrawn my offer. Anyone with eyes can tell how much you two care about each other, especially after watching that battle. Someone that would willingly pass on power for the love and respect of the ones they hold dear is truly one worthy of one for all. All Might said, smiling as he saw them standing next to each other. Kyoka wrapped her arms around Izuku's waist. That's why I love him. Izuku slipped his arms around her shoulders. I think it is fairly obvious that you are planning on going to the UA. I want the both of you to meet me at Takoba Beach on Saturday at 5 a.m. We will be there, Izuku said. Then I will see you then. All Might left. They stood in the street for a moment. So, what is my special surprise? My parents are not home. Inko will not be home tonight. Kyoka blushed furiously. She took a deep breath. I love you, Izuku, and, I want you to spend the night with me. Izuku blue-screened. As he went tomato red, Kyoka would swear that puff of smoke came out the top of his head. Are you sure? He whispered. Izuku, we have been together for 4 years. I love you more than anyone I could imagine. She took his hand. I can think of no one else I want to share my first time with. Izuku could only nod as he kissed her tenderly. Hand in hand, they went to her house. Track 11. Slow Love, Prince. Izuku sat on Kyoka's bed, nervous. He was wrapped in a towel, fidgeting with his hands. Izuku, he heard softly from Kyoka's bathroom. I am here, he said. Turn down the lights. I am a little bit nervous, she called out to him. Izuku did so before sitting back down slowly. Kyoka emerged from the bathroom. She was wrapped in a robe, but he could see she was wearing makeup. Her purple lips stood out to him, drawing his attention. Promise you won't laugh, she whispered, looking at him through her eyelashes. I would never do such a thing, Kyo, he said, his heart pounding in his ears. She could hear how nervous he was, and it helped her find her courage. She closed her eyes and dropped the robe. Izuku's silence was deafening. She opened her eyes, unsure what to expect. What she saw made her blush as he stared at her in absolute wonder, his mouth hanging open slightly. What Izuku saw was a goddess standing before him, wrapped in lace. He would sear this image into his mind for a lifetime. Kyoka was wearing a black and purple lace teddy with a matching garter belt and fishnet stockings. They, of course, had fooled around some, but it had been chiefly over clothes, though there was one time she had her shirt off, but she was still wearing a bra. There was last summer at the beach where she had worn a two-piece for the first time, but he had never seen her in anything close to the state she was in now. You look, words. He tilted his head slightly. Kyoka, you look so beautiful, I don't have the words to describe it. Kyoka blushed and crossed the short distance between them. Slowly, their arms wrapped around each other, and their lips met. Slowly they began to kiss, allowing them to fall into the familiar, but this time when Izuku grabbed her butt as he had done so many times before, there was considerably less fabric than at any other time in the past. Her eyes widened, and she beeped into the kiss. Her hands began to run across his back. She shuddered as his hand slid up her side. Hesitantly, he touched her chest, making her beep again. They fell back on the bed with her on top of him. She could feel him pressing against her belly. It excited her and scared her just a bit. She helped him undo the lace ties holding up her top. She shyly covered herself as it fell before she closed her eyes and moved her hands. Her eyes shot open when his mouth found her beeps, beeping and teasing each one while his hand groped her ass. Their passion began to build as she reached down, moving the towel, and touched him for the first time. His breath trembled as she began to stroke him gently. Boldly, he moved his hand to run over her beep, causing her breath to hitch, and he froze. "Don't stop," she whispered. He rolled her onto her back. "Kyoka, can I?" he asked, looking down between her legs. She nodded as he began to kiss her neck, trailing down her body. He kissed the inside of her thighs before he tenderly kissed in between her legs. The beep that escaped her lips surprised both of them. When he pulled the fabric to the side, exposing her to him fully, she covered her face with her hands. "Don't stare," she muttered, but it was cut off when his lips met the top of her slit. Her eyes practically rolled back in her head as his tongue gently worked its way inside, finding her clit. She didn't even know what happened after that. He kept licking and beeping, and her hands grabbed his hair as she could feel it building when she released. Her back was arched off the bed, and her hands grabbed at the sheets as she screamed his name into the night air. He slowly made his way back up her body, and hesitantly, she kissed him, feeling a bit shy about where his mouth had been. She could feel his erect cock rubbing up against her. "Beeps," she said. He paused. "Dresser." He nodded and retrieved the critical device. She stripped out of the negligee, leaving only the garter and stockings. She was able to get a good view of his erect cock as he came back over. She took the box from his hand, retrieved one from the box, and told him to lie down. Tenderly, she rolled the beep into place. After talking with Sinedra, she had decided that she wanted to be on top to control the penetration. As she mounted him, he sat up and kissed her passionately. She lined him up with her entrance and slowly lowered herself down. The feeling of him spreading her open was this strange mix of pain and pleasure. Izuku didn't move. He made sure he didn't thrust upwards. Some embarrassing conversations with his brothers had emphasized this part in particular. She bit her lip and let out a small whimper when he met and pushed through her hymen. The sudden sensation of pain brought tears to her eyes. Once their hips were in complete contact, they sat like that while she felt herself adjusting to him being inside of her. She could feel him pulsing and trembling inside of her. Slowly, she began to roll her hips, and pleasure began to spread out, overwhelming everything else. She lifted herself up some and brought him back in deep. Their beeps began to spill out. She rolled him on top, kissing him. "You can move now, Izuku, gentle though," she whispered. When he began to move, the sensation blocked out all the other things. They locked eyes as he moved inside of her. She noticed how he shuddered, and his heart pounded when she would roll her hips to meet him, so she started to do that with every thrust. He noticed how her breathing hitched when he increased the pace slightly. Soon, they found their rhythm as they made love. It wasn't long before he was telling her he couldn't hold back. She was almost there herself. She begged him not to stop, to keep going. Soon, he called out, "Kyoka, come for me, Izu, oh God, come for me." She called out as she orgasmed. She could feel him trembling as he came. He collapsed on the bed next to her. Both of their bodies were covered in a thin sheen of sweat. She rolled on top of him, grabbing another beep. "We still have 5 more in the box," she smiled. "Shame to let them go to waste," Izuku said as he could feel himself getting hard again. "I love you, Kyoka." "I love you too, Izuku." When the sun rose, they were out of beeps. Katsuki Bakugo walked into his house, trailing behind his mother and holding her little sister in his arms. Mizuki refused to let go of him after the incident, and she started crying when he ran off after Deku and Lobes. When the sludge villain attacked him, he had almost been happy. It was a chance to vent his frustrations, teach someone their place, and show off his quirk. Get his name in the paper or on the Hero News Network, and then maybe she will hear it, read the article, see how great he was, and she will call. A simple phone call was made at first to check on him and see how he was. A meeting, then slowly, she would realize that he was capable of everything that Deku was not. He could not only protect her, but he was going to be the next top hero in the country. He could provide her with whatever type of life she desired. Allow her to live in a manner others only dreamed of, devote herself to him. She would finally understand. But that wasn't the case. Not only had he almost died, he had to stare at the useless heroes, watching it all happen. Then, when his end was dancing so close, his last struggles to breathe, he began to doubt. Maybe he wasn't that strong. Perhaps he was just like everyone else. He saw his mother standing over his grave, his baby sister crying, calling for him. Lobes was there. Maybe she would be sad. Deku would laugh, asking him, who is the Deku now? But that wasn't his fate. Deku and Lobes had been the ones to rush in. They had been the ones that allowed him to draw breath again. He would have almost instead met his end than be saved by Deku and be made to look weak in front of Lobes, yet that is what happened. Then they nearly all died. And All Might was the one to save them. That is right, it was All Might who saved him. It is okay if All Might did it, he was All Might. In the end, they didn't even pay him any attention. The stupid heroes were praising how brave he was while Deku and Lobes were being yelled at. If it wasn't for All Might, and possibly his mom threatening to sue all their asses into oblivion that those two had been allowed to leave. Lobes didn't run to check on him, didn't cast a single glance at him once it was all over. They just left. She still didn't understand. She just needed to realize that she needed to be with him. Why couldn't she know that? Interlude end. Takoba Beach. Why does it have to be 5 a.m.? Kyoka asked. Because, in truth, All Might personally hates you, Izuku said with a smile. I knew it. Let's go home. This is a bust, she said, grabbing his hand. They were both sluggish this morning after. She blushed thinking of everything they did last night. She was a little sore. Waking up naked with him holding her, though, was just pure magic. It was hard for the both of them to keep their hands off of each other, but a lack of birth control was a strong enough deterrent to prevent intercourse, but not for them to both discover the pleasure of each other's mouths. Kyoka thought she was going to die when he buried his face between her legs. The end result was her legs shaking and her screaming his name. When she was able to do the same for him, she couldn't help but smile. She was going to have to tell her mom. She didn't want to risk getting pregnant, but she wanted to experience him inside of her without that barrier. Yeah, no, he said, pulling her close to him with a laugh. They came around the bend and were greeted with the majestic sight of mountains and mountains of trash. Trash was everywhere. If they couldn't see the ocean, they would seriously question if they were on an actual beach. On the pier was the deflated form of All Might leaning against a truck holding a cup of coffee. Izuku pulled Kyoka's by her hand and ran over. Morning All Might. Please, young Midoriya, call Mr. Yagi using this form. Mr. Yagi replied, taking a drink of his coffee. Good morning as well, young Jiro. Morning, Mr. Yagi, Kyoka said with a bow. So, what happens now? Izuku asked, trying his best to contain his excitement, failing, but at least he tried. Well, I wanted to talk with you, both of you, he said. Tell me about your training, about your quirks. Kyoka shrugged. Well, mine is pretty straightforward, it is called earphone jacks. It gives me exceptional hearing. I can even use it to plug into a wall to do recon. Offensively, I can use it to channel my heartbeat as a low-level sonic attack unless I jam it in a villain's ears. I plan on having support gear that will allow me to amplify that kind of like present mic. Are they extendable, retractable, can you lift things with them? Yagi asked, studying the girl's quirk. Yes to 3 of those questions, but the third, not very much. Kyoka reached out, took his cup from his hands, set it on the car, and then gave it back. I can't lift much with them, but I am precise. I can even use them to play some music. Mr. Yagi nodded and turned to Izuku. I call mine Luminaire. I can absorb sound and turn it into light. I have been able to make hard-form constructs like shields, ramps, and bladed edges. I also can channel it into a laser shot. My sensei has had me focusing more on the constructs aspect of it, while a friend of ours was the one that helped me discover the laser shot. Izuku said, smiling. Has it always been like that? No. When it first manifested, I could only do a small light display. Izuku let some go around him, earning a smile from Mr. Yagi. But after training, I was able to do more. Interesting. How long have you been training? Mr. Yagi took a step back and looked the boy over. Since I was about 6 or 7. It's a small dojo called The Way. My sensei and my brothers, Nick, Darius, and Chris were there. But it is just sensei, Chris, and me now. Izuku said, a bit of sadness in his voice. What happened to the other two? Nick had to go home to care for his half-brother, and Darius had to leave due to a family tragedy. I did a lot of endurance training, martial arts, strength, and quirk. We would have to attack my sensei and try and get a pebble from his hand. Izuku was smiling again. We never did. And you, young Jiro? I never trained like him. Chris has taught me self-defense. I do exercise regularly and lift some weights. But nothing like him, Kyoka said, looking at her boyfriend. The whole martial arts thing never really called to me, but being around him and our big brother Chris, some things just rub off. Helpless little girl, I am not. That is good to hear and duly noted, Mr. Yagi laughed. Now, young Midoriya, what are your intentions regarding your dojo? With what we talked about, you inheriting one for all. I would like to keep training there. My sensei is extremely skilled, and I think he would be able to help me a lot. Izuku almost paused. I can't withhold this from Chris and my mom. As Kyoka said, Chris is our big brother. He looks out for us a lot and has been supportive of not only my training but in helping us navigate growing up. He sounds special, Mr. Yagi said. The two kids nodded. As I told you yesterday, you didn't hesitate to step in and help that boy despite some apparent history between you, and what I also noticed, young Jiro, is how you immediately agreed and backed him up. Seeing you two throw yourselves into the battle inspired me to do the same. Once One for All becomes yours, it will be your secret to safeguard it and choose whom to share it with. Your discretion and judgment are paramount, as you know that should the true nature of One for All ever become general knowledge, it will be a danger to you and your loved ones. Mr. Yagi placed a hand on both their shoulders. Walking alone can be a lonely road. Walking with others will lighten that burden, but always consider the danger it can bring them. I understand, Izuku said, taking a deep breath. Like Kyoka, they are the most important people in my life. Hiding this from my mother would be a disservice after all she has done to support me. The same goes for Chris. I can respect that, Mr. Yagi said, leading them to a clear spot between the trash mountains. Now attack me. Huh, Izuku responded. I want you to attack me so I can see where you are at regarding your training. I have to make sure you are physically ready for One for All, Mr. Yagi said as he disappeared, and All Might was now standing there. Give me a second. Izuku stopped and concentrated on the sounds around him. Kyoka walked next to him and wrapped her arms around him. She extended her jacks to his ears so he could hear her heart beating. All Might watched, and a small smile formed on his lips. Izuku opened his eyes, and they were shining brightly. Okay, I am ready. I won't move from this spot, he said as he took a fighting stance like a boxer. Ah, no pebble, Kyoka giggled, stepping away. Izuku removed his shirt, handed it to Kyoka, and removed his shoes. After he bowed, he took his stance. He dashed forward, immediately using his quirk to form a shield around himself. He feinted a straight right, switching it to a mid-kick, but All Might blocked. The pro responded with a rugged left cross, and Izuku ducked under, going for a rising knee strike. He was rebuffed with a swift palm strike, shattering his shield and sending him tumbling back. He managed to regain his orientation and land on his feet before returning. Izuku went for everything he could. Kicks, punches. All Might was able to block or defend each blow. All Might was not passive. He would launch counterstrikes, but he made sure to telegraph them to Judge Izuku's responses. Izuku did all he could for 20 minutes to land more than a glancing blow. Izuku was panting hard. He was running out of juice. He had just eaten a good body shot that sent him tumbling away. Rising to his feet, he dashed forward again. A sudden bright flash exploded in front of All Might, followed by a hard light construct exploding out of the sand, hitting him on his injured side. Causing him to stumble slightly, Izuku then used another construct to launch himself and threw everything into a leaping left hook. At the last second, All Might rocked his head back. Izuku missed. He saw a massive right approaching his face and stopping an inch away. "And you're out," All Might said. Izuku just nodded as he fell back on his butt, catching his breath. After he caught his breath, All Might extended a hand and pulled Izuku to his feet. "Well," Izuku asked. "It was impressive. If it weren't for my superior speed, you would have landed quite a few hits," he said as he deflated again. "I was most impressed with your final attack. Using your quirk in multiple ways to knock me off balance was impressive. If you hand-landed your hit, what was your next attack?" "I was going to wrap my hand in hard light to use a fist pack and try to take out your knee. If that had worked, I would have tried to maybe get you in some choke to knock you out. Highly unlikely, but it wasn't going my way at a distance," Izuku responded quickly. "Impressive strategy, Mr. Yagi said. You were adapting and trying new techniques to overcome your opponent. You hardly threw the same combination twice, changed strikes mid-swing, and were able to defend when you saw an incoming strike." The string of compliments made Izuku smile even brighter. "I am going to revise my initial plan for you. You are almost there physically. We should be able to get you there in 6 months. I want to meet this sensei and brother of yours," Mr. Yagi said as he became All Might again. "Now young Jiro, it is your turn." "What?" Jiro yelled. "Surely you didn't expect that I would only train young Midoriya." His boisterous laugh echoed around them. "Do you not plan on being a hero as well?" Kyoka nodded her head. "Do you not plan to stand by his side?" Again, she affirmed his statement. "Then, young Jiro, show me how you plan to do so." "Or are you scared?" Kyoka's eyes narrowed as she launched a surprise attack upon All Might. "You both have done well," Mr. Yagi said as Jiro lay on the ground panting. "I will see you both here again tomorrow at 5 a.m., we will begin training then. I will have an important schedule for you both to follow. Do not deviate from this, it will be designed to get you both into the best possible shape before your exam. Young Midoriya, I will see you Monday afternoon at your dojo." After a trip to the convenience store, the two teens went back to Kyoka's house. After all, his mother was asleep, and her parents were still not home. That night, reluctantly, for many reasons, Izuku said goodbye to Kyoka and headed back home. He found his mom had just woken up and was sitting in the kitchen having tea. "You were home late," Inko said, smiling. "Sorry, I was with Kyoka today." Izuku fixed himself a cup of tea. "Do you have a moment?" "There is, well, a lot I have to talk to you about." Inko nodded. "Well, it all started yesterday when I went to pick up Kyoka for our date." Inko didn't drop her cup. She was slack-jawed as her son told her of the villain attack, Katsuki, meeting All Might and One for All. She sat and asked him many questions, promising to talk with All Might directly. When she asked if he slept over at Kyoka's home last night, she saw her son stutter and blush before just nodding his head. She didn't laugh when he stammered out a question about the male birth control she had mentioned last year. Instead, she was happy that he was being responsible. She would have to talk to Mika about their kids taking things to the next level. Inko wasn't upset. She remembered being that age, but she had never had a childhood love like Izuku, and the two had been a couple for over 4 years as it was. Inko was neither stupid nor naive. The fact that he was asking about it meant they were talking about it if they hadn't already. Judging by his reaction, she was betting on the latter. Inko insisted on meeting with All Might the following night. When the pro hero arrived, Inko had sent Kyoka and Izuku away while she talked with All Might. It wasn't until hours later that the teens were told to come home. All Might looked like he had seen a ghost when they passed him on the stairs, only telling Izuku that his mother had agreed to the training and that he would see him the next day. Mika and Kyoka, Kyoka sat next to her mom at their favorite bench in the park. Mika was amused watching her daughter fidget with her hands and trying desperately to calm herself down. "Mom, I wanted to know if you could take me to the doctor," Kyoka managed to spit out. "Are you sick?" Mika replied. "Are you pregnant?" She whispered. "What, no?" Kyoka said quickly. "I don't think so." "What do you mean you don't think so?" Mika said, turning to look at Kyoka. "The only way that would be possible would be if you had beep." She watched her daughter blush and watched her heartbeat race as she looked away. Mika took a deep breath. "Kyoka, have you and Izuku had beep?" She said as calmly as possible. "Don't lie to me, young lady. We share a quirk. I can hear your heart racing." "Yes, Mom," Kyoka whispered. The tone bothered Mika. Her daughter sounded so sad, scared, absolutely terrified. It wasn't embarrassment. It was fear. "Why are you so scared?" Mika asked, taking Kyoka's hand. "I'm scared you will hate me," Kyoka replied. "Or think I am a slut or—" "Nope, stop," Mika said quickly, startling Kyoka. "I am your mother. I would never hate or think those things about you, Kyoka. Even if you were out there partying and changing lovers every night, I wouldn't think you were a slut, a whore, or anything else like that. My only concern would be that you are safe. Did the two of you use protection?" Kyoka nodded. "Was it after that whole sludge villain incident?" Again, her daughter nodded. "Now, did it happen because of that?" "No," Kyoka responded, doing her best to calm down. "I was planning on seeing if he was interested that night. It was our 4-year mark, and I wanted my first time to be with him." "And you want me to take you so you can get birth control?" "Yes." Kyoka placed her other hand on her mom's. "I love him, Mom, you know that. I don't want something to derail us from being heroes." "I know you love him, Kyoka. I kind of thought you two might be advancing to this level of your relationship soon anyway." Mika squeezed Kyoka's hand. "I love you, Kyoka, and yes, we can go get you started on birth control. Never be afraid to talk to me, even if it is embarrassing. I am your mom and love you." Training. Every morning at 5 a.m., they found themselves on the beach. Kyoka's parents were initially apprehensive until it was explained that Mr. Yagi was a scout who worked for All Might. He wanted to train the duo for the entrance exams personally. Also, as part of avoiding vigilante charges leveled against them, All Might had arranged for them to do community service instead. Izuku took to the new training like a fish to water. All the years of training in the dojo had prepared him for this moment. Compared to fetch the water, this was easier. Kyoka, on the other hand, had wanted to die several times. She was working on muscles she did not know she had. If it wasn't the physical training with All Might, he was having her push her quirk by having her destroy pieces of trash by channeling her heartbeat. The monster even made her lift weights with her jacks. Izuku had to channel his light constructs into different shapes and objects, hardening them to weapons or other simple objects. He could even form a lasso of sorts to pull objects around. It was not extraordinarily strong, but once he proved he could do it, All Might made him do it all the time to pull heavy objects. In the afternoons, they had to attend workouts at the dojo, followed by schoolwork and precious sleep. It was terrible. The couple barely had any alone time, and when they did, they had to study. Saturdays were all day at the beach. Moving trash and quirk training, then combat. Sundays were rest days to practice music and be a couple. They were so tired from the week's activities that anything else was almost off the table. Almost. Into every life rain must fall. Izuku's life was going through such changes. Not only had he been training with All Might for the past 6 months to receive his quirk. 2 of his brothers had already left. Nick and Darius had returned to America. Nick was left to take care of his half-brother after their parents had died in a terrible accident, and Darius had a family emergency that he wouldn't speak to Izuku about. Izuku was worried that Chris was next. While Izuku was closer to Chris, the loss of the older two had still been painful. It was excruciating for Chris. Izuku and Chris were returning to the dojo after running an errand. Yoshi had dropped a bomb last week. He was leaving, and the dojo was closing. "Why? And are you going too?" Izuku asked. He said it was time for him to move on, and "No, I am not going." He told me it was time for me to step out alone. I may head home too, I am not sure, Chris said. I am a foreigner. Without a job or something, they won't let me stay. Izuku teared up. Why is everyone leaving suddenly? You never know what life will bring you, and that is why you make the most of the moments you have together, Chris replied, trying to impart some wisdom or just anything. He felt terrible. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to keep training Kyoka and Izuku. Especially after he had been told about One for All, he was worried about his little brother and sister and what the future might bring them. I am going to try and find a way to stay with you, Izuku. I am not going to run away, I promise. The rest of the ride was silent. They were surprised to see a black limousine parked in front as they walked towards the dojo. The two students entered to see Yoshi sitting in the dojo, drinking tea with a strange creature. Was it small, a rat, a bear, or a dog? Neither. It suddenly hit Izuku, and sitting there was the principal of the UA itself, Nezu. Two other pros were in the corner. One was Vlad King, and the other, it took a moment for Izuku to figure out that it was Eraser Head. Granted, it was because he heard Vlad call him Eraser, but still. Chris, this is an old friend of mine, Nezu. Nezu, this is the former student that I told you about, Christopher King. Nezu turned and looked Chris over, then in his unique voice, well, hello Christopher, my name is Nezu. I am the principal of UA. My friend here tells me that you may be looking for employment so that you may stay in the country. I assume this young man is part of that reason. Izuku looked up at Chris, tears tugging at the corner of his eyes. Yes, sir, Chris said with a bow. I consider this young man my brother and his girlfriend. I consider my sister. I wish to support them and help them succeed in joining your school. Noble aspirations. Then perhaps we should proceed with the test. You will fight these two gentlemen as they are the homeroom teachers for the heroics course that UA performs well, and we may have a position for you, Nezu said. Yoshi, Nezu, and Izuku took a position on the other side of the room, while the three men took positions in the center. Nezu looked at Izuku. Who do you think will win, Mr. Midoriya? Izuku was startled for a second before touching his chin in thought. It will depend on if Chris can activate his quirk and how Eraser Head's quirk will interact with it. If it is shut down, then Chris will be in trouble. He can put up a good fight, but the teachers have the edge in experience and, more than likely, training. If he can activate his quirk, then Chris may be able to win because of the change in the odds. But Vlad King has a powerful quirk alone, but I believe in my brother. If his quirk works, he will win, if not, then the teachers. Though I admit, that is more of an emotional pick. Interesting, Nezu said. He knows both their quirks and what they do. Vlad King, I could guess, but Aizawa. Track 12. The Prodigy. Breathe. The three bowed and took their stances. Vlad raised his fists in a boxer-like stance, and Eraser loosely raised his hand and was on the balls of his feet. Chris readied himself and took a deep breath. Begin, Yoshi shouted. Vlad rushed in as Eraser stepped to the side, his hair rising, signaling the activation of his quirk. Chris was surprised when his quirk did not activate. He immediately reacted by stepping back at an angle to avoid Vlad King's right hook and putting Vlad between him and Eraser. Chris immediately felt his quirk and activated as 9 more of him filled the area. Vlad was surprised as 5 people rushed him, with the other 5 heading towards Eraser. It was then that it got interesting. Eraser activated his quirk, and much to his surprise, the lead attacker dropped to the ground and started crying. His surprise cost him, and he ate a thrust kick, and the others began to swarm him. Even with the line of sight broken, the crying one did not move. He activated it on another one. This one's face contorted into pure rage. I am going to beeping kill you, it shouted as its attacks went from polished to that of a pure maniac. Interestingly, the duplicates represent some part of the whole, and by cutting them off via my quirk, that emotion overwhelms them, Aizawa thought. Vlad had gone into a counter-heavy defense. The coordination between his attackers was impressive. Usually, there would be clumsiness with this many attackers, but he assumed they all shared the same mind, which allowed them to coordinate perfectly. Left, right, front, back, they were coming from everywhere. He would knock one down for them to fill the gap and adjust. It got his blood pumping with a crimson mod due to a head kick and left hook. He smiled. Vlad just tanked the next hour and delivered a devastating uppercut. He saw this Chris fly and hit the ground before fading out. The other two Chris's broke from engaging him and rushed towards Eraser. Eraser saw two more heading towards him, and he threw out his captured weapon, enveloping one and throwing him into a group. Unfortunately, one escaped and leapt over, coming down with a crushing axe kick. As Eraser dropped to his knee, he had to release his capture weapon. Suddenly, a shirt was wrapped around his head, and he was yanked to the floor with a body underneath him going for a choke. He felt another body land on his right arm, and rain brutal strikes on his head. A third snaked a leg and locked it in a knee bar. Vlad saw Eraser go down. He then saw Chris walk over to the crying one. The one on the floor disappeared and popped out of the one standing. Vlad rushed the one he figured to be the one, taking out a few more of the clones that left 6. 3 attacking Eraser, and 3 facing Vlad. Vlad tried to force his way through to Eraser when he saw 4 more appear and rush him. End track. The 3 combatants lay on the floor panting. Eraserhead's face was bloody swollen, the same as Vlad's. Chris's arm was hanging limply at his side and was sporting a black eye. Izuku was delivering some first aid, and Nezu was laughing and giggling. "Well, Vlad, does he pass?" "Oh, yeah, he does," Vlad responded with a thumbs up. "We should see about getting him licensed for hero work. He would be an amazing asset in the field." "Eraser," Nezu said as he smiled at Chris, thinking of all the possibilities that had just been demonstrated. "I want to spar with the kid before I vote." Eraserhead responded. "Me," Izuku said, surprised. "Why me?" "Yes, you. After Recovery Girl gets here, we are going to spar," he said as he sat up. "Just because he can fight doesn't mean he can teach someone how to fight. I know your sensei led your training, but it was him," he pointed to Chris, "that implemented it. I need to see how well he taught you before I sign off on him teaching the hero course." Izuku nodded his head. "That makes sense," he thought. His nerves began to take over as he felt the fate of Chris's future being able to stay was now on his shoulders. Chris could see his brother struggling, so he walked over. "Just do your best, Izuku," Chris smiled. "I have faith in you. If you do your best, everything will work out fine." Izuku tried to smile at him. "Good, now, breathe and focus, get your mind right, going into battle clouded only leads to an early demise," Izuku responded, and he steadied his breathing. At that moment, the youthful heroine herself walked, Recovery Girl. She distributed some kisses and gummies before signing an autograph for the boy as he delivered rapid-fire questions about her quirk. She was flattered that one so young knew about her and was interested in her autograph. His questioning was stopped when Yoshi rapped him on the head. "You have a match, Midoriya." "Yes, Sensei," Izuku responded crisply. Izuku turned and walked to the center of the dojo, looking at Eraserhead, who still had a limp and looked even more like he was about to pass out. "All right, kid, this is simple, no quirks, and I want to see your ability so that I won't be attacking back much." Izuku nodded and looked at Chris, who gave him a warm smile. "You got this," he mouthed. The two combatants bowed to each other. Track 13. Never gonna stop. Rob Zombie. Izuku rushed forward. He feinted a straight right before landing a solid leg kick to the injured leg. Eraser winced and stepped back. Izuku pressed forward, slipping past a straight left before going for knee to the blocked gut. Before catching an elbow to his chin, Izuku rolled back and got to his feet as Eraser pressed his advantage. Fortunately, Izuku was able to create distance due to the man's injured leg. It continued like this. Izuku managed some hits but took some in return. Izuku set the pace, forcing Eraser's head to keep moving and defending his injured leg. Just when Eraserhead felt the kid was too focused on the leg, Izuku switched his attack, instead of using feints to land harder, cleaner shots to other parts of the body. Aizawa was impressed that the kid had heart and decent technique. The kid kept up his guard and took opportunities as Aizawa presented them. He knew this kid had been hand-trained here for years, and it was showing. Aizawa noticed something else. This kid could react to the faster strikes, especially punches that Aizawa would throw out, even the ones he did not telegraph as hard. Was this kid boxing with someone? It was one of the other two students who had left recently. Aizawa's concentration lapsed momentarily, and he caught the kid with a hard right. He expected the kid to quit. He was pleasantly surprised when the kid stood up with a look of determination to continue. Enough, Aizawa said. Good job, Midoriya. Chris gets my vote, rat. End track. Nezu smiled and walked over to Chris. Mr. King, I would like to extend an invitation to employment in the UA as part of the faculty in the form of hand-to-hand combat teacher assistant. You would work under Vlad King and Eraserhead in the heroics course. I would need you to take some tests so we can get you licensed to use your quirk, but I am confident you can pass them. So, Mr. King would like to join us in UA and help shape the future heroes of this nation. Nezu said with a smile as he looked at Izuku. I would be honored, sir, Chris said, bowing to Nezu. Izuku ran over and hugged his brother. That means you are staying right, Izuku said as tears started to flow. Chris hugged Izuku tightly. Yes, little brother. Now, you and Kyoka must get into the UA so I can keep teaching you too. We will, Chris, I promise, Izuku responded. Once they separated, Vlad King talked to Chris about becoming a licensed pro while Aizawa came to speak with Izuku. Tell me about your quirk, he asked the boy. Izuku demonstrated the constructs he had been working on and how he channeled sound, but right now, he was using light to fortify his body, increasing his strength. Aizawa smiled. He liked that this kid was already working to diversify his quirk to use different aspects, not just focusing on one way and one way only. You have a rock-solid foundation. You keep working hard, and I am sure I will see you on the first day of class. Thank you, sir, that means a lot, Izuku said as he bowed. Preparation complete. Izuku and Kyoka fell into the painful routine. Wake up early, go to the beach, and train. Go to school, return to the beach, train, eat, study, and sleep. In 6 months, the beach was clear. Mr. Yagi arrived at the beach and saw his 2 charges sitting atop a large pile of trash with broad smiles. Mr. Yagi looked at the pristine beach and smiled. You two have exceeded my expectations, and today is the day, young Midoriya, he said. Izuku jumped down and walked over to Mr. Yagi with Kyo by his side. Their face blanched when All Might was standing there in a puff of smoke, and he plucked a hair from his head and said with a beaming smile. Eat this. What? They shouted. All Might laughed. No, but kind of yes. The only way to transfer one for all is through DNA. But instead of forcing the same experience that my mentor did on me, I figured we would head over to UA. And give you a blood injection. Unless you would like to eat my hair. No, sir, if we can avoid that, I would like that very much. Wait, does that mean that Kyoka and I, Izuku blushed, looking at Kyoka and Mr. Yagi. Kyoka realized what that might mean at the same time. She looked up at All Might, waiting breathlessly for an answer. Briefly, All Might considered teasing the duo, but in the end, he answered honestly. No, it can only be transferred willingly, so unless you will it to happen, you are safe to swap spit with your lady love. Oh, thank goodness, Izuku said. He looked at Kyoka, who gave him a smug smirk. What, you are one hell of a kisser. Kyoka blushed and gave him a playful punch in his arm. You're not too bad yourself, stud. They climbed into the All Might's pickup and headed off to UA. The young couple stopped and soaked it all in as they pulled in front of the massive gates. They instinctively found each other's hands, intertwining their fingers and crossing the threshold. All Might lead them into the nearly empty campus because it was a Saturday till they made their way to the medical office. Entering, they saw a recovery girl with a medical tray and a syringe beside her. Hello again, Izuku, she smiled warmly. I hope this big buffoon hasn't been giving you too much trouble. Izuku laughed. No, ma'am, not too much, but just the right amount. He sat and presented his arm. With practiced ease, the woman took a blood sample from All Might and walked over to Izuku. Now, Izuku, there is no going back once we do this. Are you sure, Mr. Yagi said as he looked into the boy's eyes. Kyoka took Izuku's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Izuku was thankful for her presence after taking a deep breath. Yes, sir. All Might nodded his head, and Recovery Girl gave him the injection. Now let us head over to the testing facility. If you feel anything, let me know, but do not tap into it until we reach the designated area. I want to take this slow. The last thing I want is for you to seriously injure yourself. Mr. Yagi smiled as he led them out of the medical center towards a testing area. Is that a possibility? Kyoka asked. Yes, young Jiro, while I could handle one for all immediately, it has had 40 years of gaining more power since that fateful day. So that means once young Midoriya masters one for all, he will be much more powerful than I was even in my prime. So, we should take it slow. It's not like he is taking the entrance exam today. What kind of idiot would pass on something like one for all without ensuring his successor could handle the power? Mr. Yagi said with a hearty laugh. Thank you for looking out for him, Mr. Yagi, Kyoka replied. I will continue to do so. It is good he has such a strong support network, and he has something I never did. What is that? She asked. The love of a good woman who will be an extraordinary hero in her own right. He said, giving Kyoka a beaming smile and placing his hand on her shoulder. I truly believe, young Jiro, that you are going to be an exceptional hero in your own right, and I want to help you get there. Thank you, All Might, she responded gratefully. She was honored that All Might thought so highly of her. The trio stepped onto the field, but they weren't far in when Izuku felt the heat begin in his stomach and spread throughout his body. He stopped walking, and Kyoka immediately stopped as well. His heart rate is increasing, she said. She ran over to him. She called his name as he doubled over and sank to one knee. The heat spread throughout his body, and soon, the sound started to fade. All the sound in the world was suddenly gone. He could see Kyoka and her mouth moving but couldn't hear anything. Kyoka and All Might were trying to get his attention, but they noticed their voices were silent. They couldn't hear anything, and Izuku absorbed all the sounds in the area. Izuku's head suddenly shot up, and he looked at them. He started making frantic hand motions when they didn't seem to understand him. He made symbols on the ground, drew himself, and what appeared to be an explosion. He pointed to All Might, then Kyoka. He pushed himself to his feet and ran farther into the training area. All Might grabbed Kyoka and ran in the opposite direction. As they got out of the training area, suddenly, the sound returned with Kyoka frantically yelling to put down an Izuku's name. All Might tightened his grip, his instincts kicked in, and he dived sideways down a corridor. Izuku got as far as he could, hazarding a glance behind him. He couldn't see Kyoka or All Might. They unleashed all the heat. Recovery Girl and Nezu witnessed the reaction from the control room. The rat bear, dog creature suddenly leapt forward and slammed down the security shutters as a massive explosion of light erupted. Izuku could feel the eruption building inside him. He could feel it wanting to go everywhere. He thought Kyoka was caught in the explosion and forced it up and out. The roof of the training ground, Theta, was destroyed that day. A massive explosion of light burst through the roof. As it reached the sky, it tapered off into a point, forming a stylized cross. When the light died down, Izuku stood in a circle around him in an area of devastation. He heard his name being called and saw Kyoka and All Might. He was breathing heavily but could feel it inside, one for all. Young Midoriya, what happened? All Might called out. Before Izuku could answer, his girlfriend bulldozed him. Izu, are you okay? What the hell happened? Izuku wrapped his arms around her. It was like an incredible heat. It was almost like I was in the middle of a rock concert, and I pulled in everything, the music, the crowd, all of it. It flooded me. I didn't even try to absorb it all and had to get it out. I thought I was going to explode. And now, All Might said, I can feel it in my chest, but, he stood up and stepped away from Kyoka, and they saw multicolor lightning spread from his chest and envelope his body. If I feel like when I try to use my light as armor, he reached out and took Kyoka's hand. The lightning danced over her body, and she smiled at him. I feel like you are wrapping your power around me. I feel good. She stepped and turned, jammed her jacks into a solid piece of concrete, and it exploded. Izuku looked at All Might. Is that supposed to happen? I honestly don't know. Young Midoriya, when I used one for all, it didn't have lightning surround me. I do know that it manifests differently for each person. He marveled at the display of power Kyoka had just put forth. Izuku pulled the power back inside himself as he watched it retreat from Kyoka. He realized that he could feel her love for him and linger for a moment before it faded. Looking at Kyoka, he could see that something felt different for her, too. Did you feel that also? He asked. She reached out and stroked his cheek. Yeah, I could feel your love for me. It was almost reverberating inside me. Sorry to interrupt you too, but we need to see what Izuku can do about this, All Might said with a hint of enthusiasm. Track 14. This is it. Oh, the larceny. Izuku kissed Kyoka on the head and reached inside and taped into One for All. The lightning surged forth. Using the techniques from this training with his light constructs, he wrapped it around himself and pulled it tight like a glove over his body. When he opened his eyes, Kyoka smiled, holding her phone out and videoing the whole process. He winced in pain as it felt like it wanted to explode. He had to reach in and turn down the output. The lightning went from raging to more dancing over his body. Finally, when he felt comfortable, he smiled at All Might. About how much do you think you are controlling young Midoriya? He asked. About 12%, Izuku replied smiling. All Might returned the smile. Show me. Quote. Kyoka stepped back, but she couldn't help but smile as well. Go get him, she shouted. Izuku blazed forward, kicking up a large piece of earth, his right hook barely missing. All Might returned with a left of his own. Izuku ducked under and nailed a knee strike, driving All Might back. He pivoted and rushed forward. All Might regained his balance and landed a hard straight left. Izuku tumbled away, regaining his footing as All Might charged. The two started trading punches, All Might increasing the speed of the exchange, a flurry of blocks and counters. Izuku slipped All Might's jab and landed an overhand right, only to eat an uppercut that lifted him off his feet. Izuku flew up into the air, and All Might launched after him in pursuit. Izuku, seeing his idol coming towards him, created a platform of light behind him and launched back down. Each launching a right hook at the other. Texas, photon, smash, collision. All Might saw a coating of light surround Izuku before his punch landed. Izuku crashed into the earth. All Might landed with a roll before coming to his feet. All Might spit out a tooth and pushed off to press his advantage. As All Might closed, he saw Izuku's light come and wrap around his protégé's fist, then collect on a single point. Starlight burst. When All Might slipped past the punch, he saw Izuku open his fist, revealing the ball of light, and it exploded. The light blinded him and launched him to the side. As he attempted to regain his senses, he was rocked by a leaping right hook, followed by a rising uppercut. Izuku pushed as hard as he could, landing a spinning kick to All Might's midsection and sending him flying through a building. Izuku charged in to attempt to follow up, but all he saw coming out of the hole were those piercing blue eyes and that trademark smile, but they were stained with blood. Izuku tried to counter the right hook, but only to see it drop levels mid-flight and connect right into Izuku's gut. Detroit smash. Izuku flew back, tumbling like a rag doll across the ground. He tried to rise, but his knee gave out, and then the light faded as he collapsed face first, a massive smile on his face. End track. What was learned in the months following could be boiled down to one thing. No pain, no gain. All Might brought the pain, and Kyoka and Izuku gained the gains. Izuku's constant training before inheriting One for All had helped him immensely. His practice of creating complex light constructs began to increase, and the fusion of the two quirks took time. Still, soon, he could use them to maintain his full cowling while creating light constructs. It was exhausting, but like anything, it took time to adjust. His mastery had gained to 15% as the time of the entrance exam drew near. Kyoka was gaining knowledge beyond her imagination, including lessons on surveillance, stealth, and pressure points. Despite All Might's large stature, his ability to creep astounded her. His rigorous training was appreciated, as Kyoka understood that to fight alongside Izuku, she would need to push herself to new limits. Then there was One for All. Izuku and Kyoka experimented with it after that day on the training ground, and when they touched each other, he could feel this connection between them. Their emotions were being felt by the other. It was an intoxicating feeling. For Izuku to practice, they would lay there holding each other as multicolored lightning would dance over their bodies. One night, while they lay there like this, they tenderly kissed. It was immediate. The lightning roared to life, enveloping them, with an almost desperate need for their kiss to deepen. They tore at each other's clothing in a passionate frenzy. As he buried himself inside of her, they both felt the fire spreading, demanding more. They both found climax quickly, but it seemed only to stroke the desire as they went at it like animals lost in lust. She stared into his eyes as the lightning danced around them. As they found release again, she saw him freeze. "What?" she beeped. "Kyoka, look," he managed, pointing to a mirror. Kyoka turned her head and saw while the lightning was still dancing around their bodies around her, it was only purple, it was even trailing from her eyes. She turned her gaze back to him. She couldn't speak. She didn't have the words. All she could think was how much she loved him. He felt it radiate throughout his body, throughout his very being. It was so beautiful, all he could do was try to return it. The chaotic lightning that had been dancing in a frenzy around them stilled, and soon it flowed across and around them like water, beautiful and soothing. Slowly, he rocked his hips forward again. With a sweet beat, she wrapped her legs around him, pulling him in as deep as possible. They continued like that, making love until they both passed out. When Kyoka awoke, she could feel the warmth in her chest, a heat that radiated with every heartbeat. She slipped out of bed, staring at her nude in the mirror. She could feel it getting hotter, and she surrendered to it. Purple lightning formed in her eyes at first and began to spill all over her body. She felt powerful, the world's sounds sounded so crisp and clear. She turned and saw Izuku staring at her with pure adoration. "Izuku, what is happening?" she whispered. "I don't know, Kyoka, but we need to find out," he said as he climbed out of bed, wrapping his arms around her. "I love you so much." "I love you too, Izuku. I wish there was a different word, a better word, but God, I love you," she responded, melting into his embrace. The next day, the couple fell ill, and both were running incredibly high fevers. The parents assumed they had just caught the same thing. Their symptoms were identical, with them being a couple. Both their mothers had to help the children get into the shower at least twice a day, and it was a constant cycle of washing and changing their bedding. Thankfully, they could keep their fluids down, as they were genuinely concerned about staying hydrated. Both were down for the week, and it wasn't until Saturday that they both awoke at precisely 5 a.m., and they felt leagues better than before. Kyoka could climb out of bed on her own and make her way to the shower. She felt good enough to move around on her own, and stripping her damp clothes, she quickly texted Izuku and climbed into the shower. She closed her eyes, and the water cascaded down her body, washing away the grime and sweat. It took a few moments, and her sense of humanity returned. It was aided as she washed her hair and started caring for her grooming. She entered the foggy bathroom, drying herself before silently cursing for not grabbing any clothes. With a heavy sigh, she entered her bedroom, fetching some undergarments before settling for shorts and a tank top. When she went to put on her bra, she noticed something was wrong, or depending on your perspective, it was right. Her bra didn't fit, or as the phrase goes, her cup ran over. Kyoka looked down at her chest, and yes, they had gotten bigger. She was one part delighted and one part confused. She had been a solid B cup, and now, by her guess, she was at least a full C. Izuku should be happy, she thought. With a little giggle, she turned and pulled on her shirt. More confusion. The tank top had always been a little short, barely hitting the waist of her shorts. But now it was exposing her midriff quite nicely. Her very toned and chiseled midriff. Maybe all the sweating had made her drop water weight so her muscles were more defined. Then she put on the shorts. Yes, they were usually short, but this was slightly ridiculous. They turned, looked in the mirror, and froze. She was looking at herself. She understood that much, but it wasn't the same her she had been before she had gotten sick. First, her beeps were bigger. She had discovered that. Second, her hips were wider, and her waist was slimmer but had more pop. Then there were the muscles. Yes, she had been working out with Izuku and Toshi, but this seemed to be on a different level. She stared at the six-pack abs, did the double arm flex, and was amazed at the muscle mass and the definition. She turned and saw it was the same across her back. Her legs were longer, more toned, she was taller. She had claimed that she was 5 feet 2 but barely 5 feet 0 tall, but now she was about 5 feet 6 and just stunned as she stared at her reflection. Then she heard her parents moving about, which made her freeze immediately. She had never heard that before. Their room was decently soundproofed, as was hers. A fact both were thankful for when, after Kyoka's quirk manifested, she had wanted to know why her parents were wrestling in the middle of the night and why her mommy kept screaming for her daddy. But she heard it perfectly and knew exactly where it came from. She listened to her mom giggle and fall back into bed. Kyoka went white. She desperately looked for her headphones, but the sound stopped. Like she could pull it back. She paused, it pushed out, and she blushed, pulling it back. Turning, she focused it on the outside, and at first, it was muffled, but then it made a crystal clear sound. She heard a car horn and braced for the sound to cause her pain, but instead, it didn't. She had perfect control. She stepped back with her hand over her mouth, thought of Izuku, and felt a pull. She turned and knew she was facing towards his house. She could tell his direction. She grabbed her phone, and there were dozens of messages. Izuku. Good morning, beautiful, how are you feeling? I feel so much better. Izuku. If you are up to it, I want to see you today. I miss you so much. I love you. Izuku. Hey Kyoka, something weird happened. Izuku. Call me, please. Izuku. Are you okay? Izuku. I know this will sound weird, but are you different? Izuku. Attached photo. Izuku. Attached photo. Kyoka opened the first photo. Sweet baby All Might, Kyoka whispered as she sat on her bed. There was her Izuku, nearly naked, wet, wrapped in a towel. He had always been a bit slender, but working out at the dojo with his brothers had ensured he was already in excellent shape. All Might's training had added some bulk and made those muscles pop more. A fact Kyoka loved. He trained at the beach with his shirt off most of the time, something she encouraged. Her favorite pastime when they would snuggle was to slip her hand under his shirt and touch his rock-hard abs. She could tell he had changed. His shoulders were a bit broader, and he had even more muscle definition than before. His waist tapered seductively, and he even had that V at his waist. His legs were a bit larger, and she could tell he was taller. Kyoka may have drooled at the other photos before she struck a seductive pose and sent him a picture back. Izuku. Sweet baby. OMG Kyoka. Wow, just wow. Kyoka. I thought the same thing when I saw you as well. Come over, I want to see you, and I missed you, for many reasons. Izuku. I missed you as well. Would you like to meet me at the cafe down the street so we can eat? Kyoka. Sure, let me figure out something I can wear. Shit, I am going to need a whole new wardrobe. Izuku. Me too, my mom is going to freak out. Kyoka. Ditto, I will meet you there. Finding something that wouldn't be a total embarrassment to be seen in public took a bit. Her jeans were always a bit fitted, so trying to squeeze into them had not worked out well. She found a pair of what once were baggy jeans on her, and they fit just perfectly, a sports bra and one of Izuku's shirts that used to be big, but the jeans fit just good enough. She grabbed her keys and wallet, left a note for her parents, and was out the door. Izuku was standing outside the cafe waiting for her. They stopped and stared at each other, drinking in these new appearances. She blushed as he looked over her new curves. She loved that he was still taller than her. His broad shoulders gave him smoothness in his frame. She noticed that the baby fat was gone from his face. It still had his diamond freckles, which she was thankful for. The other thing was how she could feel that she was getting closer to him. When she turned the corner, she saw his head turn in perfect sync to see her there. Their eyes locked. That pull was instant. She wanted to run and leap into his arms. He looked ready to receive her. She managed to keep it in check until they were next to each other. Their lips barely met, and they both knew what they wanted, and it wasn't breakfast. Did you feel that? He whispered. Yes, she whimpered. I want you so bad. I know where you are. I can feel you. Same. I could feel you getting closer, and then as soon as I saw you. As much I want you. We should eat, and we need to call Toshi. she said, listening to his heartbeat's soothing sound. As interesting as this is, something is weird. Izuku nodded as they stepped into their favorite cafe. The waitress barely recognized them. When the smell of food hit them, their stomachs nearly escaped their bodies and attacked the kitchen. They both blushed as the waitress led them to their booth. 3 full breakfasts later, they felt somewhat satisfied, not satisfied that they hadn't ordered some pastries to snack on as they left the cafe. Izuku received a phone call from his mother. She became concerned when she awoke, and he was gone. After making promises not to do anything strenuous, she agreed to let the young couple get some fresh air. Izuku decided to sit outside as Kyoka had stepped into a shop to purchase a few new undergarments, but she was not about to go to school in a sports bra. Then they both muttered a curse as they would have to get new uniforms, though the thought of Kyoka dressed in her current uniform did things to Izuku. Kyoka blushed and told him maybe she knew what he was thinking. She got measured. She had indeed gone up about a size and a half. Thankfully, there was a sale going on, so she could purchase a few matching sets. She found herself staring at the image in the mirror and couldn't stop smiling. She had the body she wanted. She had learned to be happy with what she had, but she still wanted a bit more up top. The way Izuku had helped her push past her insecurities and the attention he lavished on her body, she knew he loved her, and she loved him. But now she felt even more confident. All Might. Toshi was already awake, sitting on his balcony with his cup of coffee, watching the sun rise as he prepared for his day. He had been hoping that he would hear from Izuku and Kyoka soon. They had both gotten ill, which was a particularly nasty bug. Toshi had chosen to stay away so as not to risk catching the illness and putting undue strain on his body. Instead, he focused on Mr. King and helped the young man prepare for his provisional license exam, which Midnight had taken to prepare him to get a teaching assistant license. He had nearly forgotten about his phone till it rang. Seeing it was Izuku, he immediately answered. "Ah, young Midoriya, I was just thinking about you. Wait, slow down. What do you mean by purple lightning? Now you both are taller. That does not make very much sense." "Yes, send me a photo." "One moment. Goodness. Yes, and something similar for young Jiro." "Where are you? I will send a car for you. I want you both in the UA. I will see you there." Toshi felt terrible about disturbing Chio on a Saturday morning, but once he explained, the woman told him to get his ass and those 2 children to UA immediately. Toshi arrived first. He was anxious until the door opened, and when the young couple walked in, he was amazed. Chio immediately went to work, taking them to the examination room. Nezu came in shortly after and listened as the teens were questioned. Everyone was silent as Kyoka explained the difference in her quirk. It was discovered that the cords had also mutated. Some muscle fibers in the cords always allowed them to extend and even lift objects, but now they were much more densely packed. Steel braided was the best description, and the jacks were denser. Her ability to pinpoint sounds and her protective nature against loud noises. After a few tests, they were astounded that she could detect ultrasonic and hypersonic frequencies, and her muscle fibers were also more densely packed. As Kyoka thought about it, she could feel something in the back of her mind. She focused on it, a feeling swept over her, she wobbled momentarily. An image of her able to channel her heartbeat through her jacks, creating a concussive blast, filled her mind, of touching them to her throat and creating a sonic scream, shattering stone, and even making metal bend. There was this reservoir there, a pool of energy and power. It was like a handbook had been placed there for her. "Ms. Jiro, are you all right?" Chio said, her hand on the girl's shoulder. "Yeah, it was, Kyoka stuttered. "Take your time, Ms. Jiro," Nezu said. "Do not try to search for the perfect words, do your best to explain." Kyoka took a deep breath and explained it the best she could. When All Might asked if she could touch that power, Kyoka knew the answer was yes, but that her contact with it was limited. She could feel it spring to her call immediately as she reached out to it. The adults watched as first a few flickers of the purple lightning were there, and then she was wrapped in this soft purple nimbus. The purple parts of her hair seemed to glow, as did her eyes. She could feel her body tense against this sudden rush, and then it was like she was stepping into a warm bath, the way it enveloped her, holding her. She equated it to Izuku. She could almost feel his arms wrapping around her when she was in his arms. Chio and Nezu turned to All Might, who stared at Kyoka in disbelief. He walked to the next room and asked Izuku to power up, and the boy immediately did. Izuku flexed his fists a few times. 20%, Izuku said. Easy, and there is something else. I have been talking to someone named Nana. Toshi froze. She said hello and that she is and has been so proud of you, that she has seen everything, and she wished you could hear her say it, but she couldn't speak to you. She tried, but she couldn't make herself known. And I can fly now. Toshi watched as Izuku rose from the ground. He was unsteady, but Toshi saw his protege glide about the room perfectly. Toshi said Izuku explained that it was just there, and when he reached out to it, he met Nana. She wants me to tell you that something is different with One for All, that it has changed. It changed Kyoka and me, Izuku said. Do you still have One for All? You didn't pass it to Kyoka? Toshi asked. No, it is still there. I can feel it, but it doesn't feel like it did when I first activated it. Softer but powerful. I am not trying to hold back a lake, it controls the flow. Izuku paused. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it is how I feel. Toshi studied his protege. Do me a favor, Toshi said. Turn off One for All, then re-engage it. Izuku did as he was asked. The indigo lightning is missing. When you first sparked One for All, it was all the colors, but now the violet lightning is missing. I believe it is what empowered young Jiro. Izuku paused. Does that mean if I get close to someone or choose them, I can also impart part of it to them? I don't know. It could be that your love for young Jiro made this possible, or it could be that something about One for All sparked this change. I honestly don't know. I don't think it is a bad thing, young Midoriya. The fact that young Jiro has been empowered will keep her safer and allow her to fight more by your side. Toshi smiled and reached out, taking the boy's shoulder, but before he could speak, Toshi saw her. He saw Nana standing there right next to Izuku. There were others, more shadows, that he couldn't see. I am so proud of you, Toshi, Nana said. Tears ran from the corners of Toshi's eyes, and he could hear his mentor speak. I knew when I chose you that you were going to be better than me or any of the others, and with this one, I think he is going to do even better than you. Nana, I got him, Toshi whispered. I know, Toshi, I saw you do it, she replied. How is this? I don't know, Nana whispered as she faded away. Tears of pure joy ran down Toshi's cheeks. He smiled as he wiped them away. Are you okay? Izuku said. Yes, Toshi's smile threatened to break All Might levels of smiling. I don't understand what is happening, but we will be okay. We need to take it slow. Now, let's order some clothes for you both. But, Izuku began to protest. No buts, Toshi said, silencing him. You both need something to wear, and I am sure your parents will not be happy about having to buy you all new clothes. Let this old man help out some. The young couple got dressed and saw Toshi talking with the adults. He sat on his nose with his round circular glasses as he ordered clothing for the young couple. He let them pick out their clothes, and thankfully, Izuku didn't fight when Kyoka picked out his. Once that was completed, they had to return home as their parents were waiting for them, and they would have to explain this sudden and extraordinary growth spurt. Parents. They just stared at their children in disbelief. A 5-inch growth spurt and the sudden change in appearance left their parents speechless. The only thing that saved them from being whisked off to the hospital was the paperwork from Recovery Girl, which gave them a clean bill of health. Even then, that was only slightly. When their brother arrived, he smiled at the storm he had walked into. Izuku and Kyoka were drowning as the questions kept piling up. Izuku wanted to tell them the truth. His mother and Kyoka's parents had always been there for them, supporting and nurturing them through all the difficulties and changes in their lives. From childhood friends to a couple to even more, the threat of endangering them all was present, yet he knew he couldn't keep lying to them. Izuku took a deep breath. We honestly don't know why this happened, he said. We were just as confused as all of you are. The parents sat and listened. They knew Izuku wasn't lying, he couldn't lie to save his life. Recovery Girl was called in by Mr. Yagi, who we called immediately after we noticed the changes. They are also trying to figure it out. All they can figure out is that our quirks caused the change, but everything that has changed is for the better. It is scary, Kyoka added. But it strengthened my quirk and gave me even more control to keep me safe. If we knew more, we would say something, she said as she took hold of Izuku's hand. Their mom stayed silent, looking at Kyoka's father. Okay, he said, I trust you both. If this will keep you both safer as you become heroes, then I can't see any fault in it. I know there is more to this than you both are saying, but I believe you when you say, I don't know. Just remember that we love you both, he gestured to himself, Mika, and Inko. Kyoka and Izuku stepped into a family hug. Chris had stayed outside, but Inko tugged him over. We should go uniform shopping tomorrow, Inko said as they broke apart. It was nice of Mr. Yagi to purchase some clothes, as we must toss out both of your wardrobes. With a face held in an evil smile, Mika said, so I think we should take them shopping tomorrow and help them pick out their new clothes, maybe help them out some. Yes, Izuku could use some guidance, Inko smirked. I would love to see Kyoka in a nice summer dress. The couple felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Once they returned, the growth spurt was the talk of the school. It ended up with Kyoka being pestered about her diet and Izuku about his workout routine. When they answered honestly, it earned them respect for their hard work. Eventually, it was all back to normal. Their training was able to resume, and that was when another aspect was discovered. Kyoka and Izuku could feel each other's presence and anticipate the other's movements. They even managed to put All Might on his back foot. The pro was surprised at how fluid they were moving, like band members playing in perfect harmony. Her concussive blasts drove him to his knees. An ideal powered punch from Izuku would have knocked out a lesser man. But this was no lesser man. This was All Might. With a bloody smile, he put them through their paces. After he had claimed victory, he smiled at the young couple. He knew that he had made the right choice, and a feeling of contentment washed over him. Then, it was the first night they were able to be together. They were young, and once they had crossed that bridge, they had enjoyed it quite a bit. Yet that first night after the change would hold a special place in their minds. Track 15, Mazzy Star, Fade into You. Kyoka's hands were holding Izuku's head in place as it was nestled in between her thighs. With each flick of his tongue, she would beep. When his fingers slid inside, she found herself voiceless as he moved with her body, touching her in the perfect way to please her. She rolled him onto her back so she could take his hard cock in her mouth. Slowly, she savored his taste as they took him farther than she had ever before, their beeps vibrating deep in their throats as each expertly pleased the other. Kyoka took her jack and placed it at the base of his cock, letting her heartbeat wash through him. He beeped at her clit as his fingers danced inside of her. She could feel his pleasure increasing. It, in turn, increased her own. They fed upon it till they both felt that pressure reach its zenith. Their muffled cries of climax filled the room as they both exploded. Her on his face, and him down her throat. Kyoka had tasted him before. It was salty and a bit bitter, but it was Izuku, and she enjoyed it. But this was different. It tasted better, not bitter at all. As she took it in, she felt herself beeping and trying to coax out more for her to savor. She was on her back, legs spread as he entered her. The connection shot through them. Kyoka came immediately, as did Izuku, his seed painting her insides. They didn't stop. He kept moving, her legs locked around his waist, holding him inside of her. It started with long, deep thrusts as their eyes were locked intensely on each other, whispered calls of pleasure and love echoing between them. Endless waves of pleasure washed through and over them, each begging for more. Needing more, craving more, bound by pleasure that continued. Neither of them could tell you who did it first, but as they continued to lose themselves, the pace quickened, a sudden increase, a primitive, nearly primal urge came over them as if it was about the pleasure. Then their eyes began to glow, violet and green lightning danced, and all was lost. Kyoka's head was hanging back, her hands clawing at Izuku's back, and she begged him to beep her harder. The sounds of the flesh coming together echoed like a playlist in the room. He turned her over and began to beep her from behind, and his hand snaked up her back to her hair. He ran his hand up and under the back part of her head and took a handful, pulling her hair as he beeped her like a beast. Kyoka cried out for more. She beeped out for more, loving every moment of this primal display. This wanton needs that her Izuku was showing for her, this claiming of her body, her sweet surrender to him. Her eyes rolled back as orgasm after orgasm crashed through her, feeling her lover come and keep beeping her kept pushing her higher and higher. Her knees and arms gave out as he fell to the bed, he was not pressing her into the mattress. Feverishly, she pushed back against him, demanding, coaxing more from him. When he finally collapsed on top of her, tears of joy and pleasure ran down her face. She rolled him to his back, slid down between his legs, and beeped him back to life. Beeping and whispering such erotic thoughts, anything that sprang to mind. Once he was hard, she claimed her prize. She was exhausted, but she wanted one more, she needed it. She slowly slid him fully into her, savoring every inch till he was fully hilted. "Don't move," she whispered. "Let me make love to you." Izuku could only nod his head as this goddess rode him, slow but bringing herself down fully onto him with every stroke. He hands on his chest to steady herself, her luscious beeps bouncing, their bodies glistening with sweat. Kyoka made love to him. She made love till he was begging for release. She told him no, that he couldn't come until she said so. She loved how he held back his whimpered pleasure as she rocked her hips against him. Then she felt it. A slight shift began the rapid build. She bit her lip as it wanted desperately to explode, to make her come all over his cock. It was their banging to be released like a caged animal. She told him to come, to give her anything he had left, that she wanted his orgasm to give her release. He grabbed her hips, pulled her tight, and screamed her name. It was what she needed. She threw her head back in a silent scream, making any noise on her part was impossible. At that moment, they lost all sense of where one started and the other ended. Nothing else was there in the room, only them, floating in an abyss of pleasure. Then love, all they could feel was love as she fell in what seemed like slow motion onto his chest. His limb member slid out of her, his seed dripping out, their eyes closed, and they fell asleep just like that. On the beach, Kyoka and Izuku struggled to stand, having just completed their latest training with All Might. "You two have come so far, take these days to rest so you are ready for the exams. I cannot contact you until the beginning of the school year, but rest assured, I will see you once you pass." Kyoka stepped forward and hugged the hero. "Thank you for helping me, your faith in us, and everything. I would do it 100 times over, young Jiro," All Might said, returning her hug affectionately. Izuku went next. "I won't let you down, I promise." He extended his hand. All Might smiled as he gave Izuku a firm handshake. "I never thought you would. I want you both to know and understand that you would have made excellent heroes even without One for All and the strangeness that happened. I believe you will surpass that, and both will be better than me." All Might paused. "I went through this battle alone, with only a few others I could somewhat share my struggle. You two have each other, lean on each other, and let the light I see between you grow. When the night gets dark, it will to each other that you can look to find the light." With that, All Might left the young couple. They sat on a bench overlooking the ocean, his arm around her shoulders, Kyoka snuggled in close, and they just sat in silence till the sun dipped out of view. "I love you, Kyo," Izuku said, pulling her closer. "I love you too, Izuku," she replied. "I used to be scared, wondering if we could do it. Make it through school, become pro-heroes, while being able to stay together." Kyoka gently pulled her power to her hand, intertwining their fingers, and a gentle smile as his lightning came forth. "But now I am still scared of the other parts but not of us not making it. I love you so much, Izuku, I know you can feel it, but I must say it." "There are no sweeter words, Kyoka," Izuku squeezed her hand. "I know even though we have this connection, it makes it easier for us to read each other, but we may still have our troubles. But I can think of no one else I would rather have by my side. I shudder at the thought of my life without you for all these years. So much is happening. We have the entrance exam and finals," she tried to snuggle in closer. "Our life will be so different in just a few months. But the important part will still be the same," He held her tight. Exactly, Kyoka whispered. Besides, one day, you are going to marry me. You bet I will. He kissed her head. Once the sky was filled with twinkling lights, they slowly stood and walked hand in hand back to her home. Over the next few days, they just enjoyed being a couple and relaxed, knowing their lives were about to hit a different level. They did some light studying and played some music as they also had to start to prepare for the school's finals, which would require a group performance and solo performances. They were to show their growth, their teacher said. The night before the exam, they fell asleep in each other's arms, dreaming of what the next day would bring. Exam day. They awoke in a tangle of limbs and morning kisses. After taking separate showers, they went to the kitchen to find Inko cooking breakfast and smiling at them. She fed them and sent them off with a smile and words of encouragement. She waited till they were safely in the car with Kyoka's parents before she cried. She was worried about them, knowing how vital today would be for the rest of their lives. She worried, of course, it was just in her nature. She wiped away the tears and started thinking positive thoughts and waiting to hear how they had taken the next step on their journey. After more hugs and encouragement from Kyoka's parents, they made their way through the gates of the UA. It wasn't their first time doing this, but the gates seemed larger today, their feet heavier. They checked in and made their way to the written testing area. Izuku looked around at all the students as they were about to enter testing room 3. He looked over and saw Bakugo about to enter room 2. They locked eyes for a moment before they entered. The knowledge test was extensive, and Kyoka was thankful that Izuku had made them study just as hard for the written test as they had for the practical. Only 3 students were removed during the exam for cheating. As time was called, they all filed up to the front to turn in their exams before heading to the auditorium. Instinctually, they found each other, intertwining their hands as they entered the hall. It stirred something in Kyoka and Izuku as they entered the crowded auditorium, seeing everyone who shared the same dream and goal. Everyone here had trained, studied, and dreamed of this moment. Sitting in these exact spots, maybe the people next to them had changed, but it was still their dream to be here. The auditorium darkened as President Mike took the stage. He did his best to relax the crowd but couldn't break through the tension. As he explained the rules and the targets, the point system, Izuku could see all the test takers paying rapt attention to see if they could glean something unknown from his words. Some boy with blue hair and glasses interrupted and criticized the presentation, even calling out others in the auditorium for not taking the test seriously enough. They were dismissed to get changed and to report to the buses outside. Kyoka and Izuku meet outside, exchanging a kiss before heading to their respective testing sites, D for Kyoka and B for Izuku. A hush falls over the passengers as the buses roll toward their assigned locations. Many are lost in thought, some appear silently praying, and others are mentally rehearsing for the upcoming exam, this culmination of their preparations, a pivotal moment shaping their futures. Exam Area D. Kyoka disembarked the bus and stepped into the staging area. She double-checked her boots, ensuring they wouldn't come untied. Blocking all the other competitors out, she completed stretching before reaching into her pocket. She slipped on a pair of wireless headphones and pressed play. Track 16. Kitty Brackish. The gates opened, and she burst forward along with a few other applicants. The rest stood still until President Mike reminded them there was no starting gun in a fight. A determined Kyoko swiftly ran down the street, her sharp hearing picking up the mechanical noises of the obstacles obstructing her path to standing with Izuku. Despite their attempts to impede her, Kyoko refused to back down. As she diverted from the main street to a more clustered area, she agilely dodged an attack from a 2-pointer and quickly destroyed it by plunging her jacks into its head, fueled by her fierce determination. These machines were no match for All Might or Izuku, and their armor had vulnerable gaps that Kyoko could exploit. She would have been worried at one point in her life. She had nightmares about taking the exam and failing to score a single point. But now she was confident. Even if she had only her training to rely on and not the boost she had received, she knew she could pass. The slight worry she held onto of failing and watching Izuku go on without her chipped and broke with each robot that fell before her. She found the 3-pointers more challenging since they were rare, but she could quickly destroy them by plunging her jacks into their heads, thanks to everything. She navigated the streets, avoided other fighters, and sought out groups of robots on the outskirts. She came to a small square and found a group of robots had gathered together. The string of electronic chatter had led her here, something that she would have never been able to pick up on without the boost she had received. The robots focused on the intruder, the large group aimed and prepared to attack. Kyoka smiled, placing both of her jacks under her jawline. She let out a scream. Not just some scream of fear or a call to battle, but a massive sonic scream erupted. It went out over the battlefield, and everything seemed to freeze. The poor robots shook violently and exploded all at once. Kyoka took a moment to pump her fist before running back toward the center of the testing area. As she neared the center of the testing area, she felt the ground begin to shake and could hear the panicked cries from the other test takers. She was about to move away from whatever monstrosity had been unleashed when she heard a boy yell in shock, 1.5 million indiscriminate shock. After hearing some machines meet their end, she didn't hear the sound of the boy running. She sighed and ran towards where the sound had originated. Coming out of an alley, she spotted a boy with blonde hair and a black streak that resembled a lightning bolt stumbling in the middle of the street. He seemed clueless despite others rushing past him and muttered, "Way." She realized the danger he was in and quickly came to his aid. Kyoka lifted him over her shoulder and fled the area as her hearing told her the zero-pointer was in hot pursuit. It began to come around the corner. She whirled and fired off 2 concussive blasts towards the front gear through her jacks. Tired, she saw the tread break, and not wanting to tempt fate, she ran. She could see the finish line. Kyoka looked around and saw a powerful beam of light erupt from one of the testing grounds, followed by an epic explosion. "Show them what you are made of, baby," she thought. Exam Area B. Sitting on the quiet bus, Izuku tried to absorb any sound. Upon arriving at the staging area, he observed the competitors preparing themselves. As he walked through his usual stretching routine with his eyes closed, he thought of the crucial individuals in his life, such as his mother, Yoshi, Chris, Nettie, Alex, Darius, Nick, and All Might. Among them, Kyoka Jiro had left the most significant impact on him. Knowing that she was about to take the same test as him, he felt determined to make her proud, to make them all proud. They had invested and given him so much, from support to family love to romantic love. He had always wanted this. It had been mainly for himself in the beginning to fulfill a childhood dream, but now he wanted more than that, to show all those who supported him and helped him that they hadn't wasted their time or energy. He was going to pass. He was going to go to UA. He was going to graduate, become a hero, and marry the girl he loved. With her by his side, they were going to show the way for the next generation of heroes, make All Might proud, and fulfill whatever One for All was pushing them towards. Nothing, and no one would stop him. He pulled out a pair of purple wireless headphones, slipped them on, and hit play. Track 17, AC/DC, Thunderstruck. Izuku summoned the power of One for All as lightning sparked around their bodies, lighting up the shaded waiting area. The doors opened, and he charged through them with a burst of energy, leaving behind a deep impression and gust of wind. He came upon the first group of robots. A blade of light formed in his hand, and he leapt upon them. Likening the experience of a hot knife through butter, the blade cleaved through the robots. He didn't even hesitate. The first sound of victory just drove him onward faster. Using his constructs as stepping discs, he gained an aerial advantage by dropping down in the middle of groups of robots. A second blade sprang to his hand as he quickly tore through them. They were painfully slow compared to fighting All Might or his fighting in the dojo. Their moves were predictable, and their attacks were the same. These robots were not here to kill him but to test him. The school wanted the students to find the pattern if needed. Izuku found the pattern, giving him an even further advantage. He searched for more. He felt a pull guiding him down the streets. He turned a corner, and there was a boy who turned and fired a laser from his stomach, destroying a three-pointer. A second three-pointer turned to fire, but the boy dropped to his knee, holding his stomach in pain. Izuku kicked off a light disc, launching himself over the boy and crushing the three-pointer with a right hand. "You, okay?" Izuku asked, extending his hand to the blonde boy. "We Mona am I, Mary C." The boy took his hand, and Izuku yanked him to his feet. They nodded to each other and broke in different directions. Izuku continued to destroy what he could and offer simple aid. Then, the zero-pointer emerged. Izuku marveled at the horror and began to back away, keeping an eye on it. He saw the other test-takers flee, bumping into others as they did so. A girl with pink skin and fluffy hair was knocked to the side while assisting another girl with a frog quirk. She appeared injured as she was holding her arm. The building next to them shook, and rubble fell toward them. Izuku created a shield over them as he ran over and helped them up. He created a sling of light for the injured girl. They offered their thanks. Before he could reply, he heard a cry for help. Looking, he saw a brown-haired girl in the path of the zero-pointer, pinned under some rubble. "Are you two okay?" he asked. They told him they were, and to help the trapped girl, he burst forward to the girl and skidded to a halt. He could see the panic in her eyes. "It is okay because I am here," he said, making a slight All Might impression. The girl's panic was replaced by confusion, and then she smiled. Izuku bent down and lifted the concrete slab, tossing it to the side with both hands. "Can you stand? I think my ankle is broken, behind you." As the zero-pointer's fist charged toward them, Izuku swiftly turned around and shielded himself and the girl. The impact caused them to slide back a few feet, but Izuku stayed strong by utilizing one for all into his shield. He pushed forward, causing the zero-pointer to lose balance. Izuku held the girl in a bridal carry and apologized for grabbing her before jumping back to create some space. The zero-pointer regained its footing and charged toward them again. Izuku absorbed all the sound he could, leaving the girl unable to hear anything. Izuku looked back at her and reassured her that everything was over. The zero-pointer didn't know it yet. The girl watched as he turned, shifted to carrying her on his arm, and raised his hand into a finger gun. She wanted to say something, but she saw his body brace, and the lightning she had seen in the waiting area run from his feet to the point of his finger and collect into a swirling ball of lightning and light. He shouted, "Photon shot!" and a vast beam burst out of his fingertip. The girl protected her eyes and looked at the zero-pointer, amazed as the top half of the giant robot disappeared right before her. Izuku knelt. His finger appeared a bit burned from the maneuver. He smiled at her and assisted her in standing up. They heard the present mic call and ended the test. As they looked around, they saw that the people had stopped and were in awe of the incredible sight they had just witnessed. A boy with blue hair and glasses stared with his mouth slightly open. Izuku knelt, his hand hovering over her ankle, creating a hard light cast for her to walk on. The girl looked at him gratefully as she tested it out. "I think the test is over," he said lightly to the girl. Izuku Midoriya. He offered his arm for balance so they could move towards the exit. The girl smiled at him, taking his offered arm. "After that, I hope so, Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you." She laughed. "Casts, lasers, shields, you are a shoe-in." Izuku blushed. "I hope you got in as well," Izuku said, blushing some from her praise. "I hope so. Getting trapped hurt me, I am sure," she sighed, "but either way, thank you, Izuku." They were greeted by Recovery Girl, who just sighed at Izuku and handed him some gummies before kissing him on the forehead. She did the same for Ochako, who marveled at how she could stand immediately without pain. Izuku and Ochako walked with the others to board the buses back to the auditorium and lockers. They chatted on the bus about the test. The girl was worried she wouldn't make it in, but Izuku did his best to alleviate her fears. They parted after exchanging phone numbers and promising to meet again when they got in. He liked Ochako, the girl who seemed to have a permanent upbeat attitude and was always looking on the bright side of life. Izuku and Kyoka. Kyoka came out of the locker room. Turning, she found him immediately standing under a tree, waiting for her. She smiled as she trotted over to him. "Did you blow up the zero-pointer?" "There was this girl trapped under some rock, and when I went to help her, it attacked," he shrugged. "I heard it insult Deep Dope thought as it attacked. Something about them being mid." Kyoka raised an eyebrow. "I told it that it was flawed and that they were S-tier, so I destroyed it." "Well, if that is the case, then I owe you some special attention later," Kyoka purred into his ear, making him blush like a fool. "So, did this girl have a name?" Kyoka asked, taking his arm as they started to walk towards the parking lot. Did she reward her hero with an epic kiss? She teased. Izuku smiled sarcastically. Oh, of course, a big wet, sloppy one against the backdrop of the exploding zero-pointer. It was very epic. Kyoka punched his arm. Her name is Ochako. She seemed very nice. We exchanged numbers so we could keep in touch. Mighty bold of you to hit on another woman and brag to your girlfriend about it, Kyoka said, raising her eyebrow. What? Wait, I didn't, he sputtered. Kyoka started to laugh. I am teasing you, Izuku. She kissed his cheek. Oh, I am so going to tickle you later, he threatened. Kyoka's eyes went wide. Look, there's no need to go that far. She looked and saw her parents leaning against the car, waiting. Daddy, save me, she cried, running towards them. Izuku is threatening unspeakable horrors against your perfect little angel. You probably deserved it, her mother said. They all got in the car and headed back to Izuku's house to celebrate the completion of the exams and the next stop on their journey. With the pressure of the UA entrance exam over, Izuku and Kyoka took the weekend to relax from the physical training and focus on the finals for school. The academic part was still looming, and as Izuku and Kyoka were part of the performing arts program, they had to prepare for that final. What did you get? Kyoka asked, her head resting in his lap as they watched a movie. Musical, Izuku sighed. Any ideas? Kyoka giggled. Not yet. I'm trying to find something I can pull off, but it isn't easy, Izuku said. You. Pop. Kyoka sighed. Oh, I can't wait for that, Izuku laughed. It can be a rock song, but it has to be classified as a pop song, Kyoka replied. Well, at least there's that, Izuku said as Kyoka sat up, checked the clock, and smiled. She straddled his lap, pulled her shirt up, and off, tossing it aside. We have about 20 minutes before they're back with the food, she purred in his ear. She giggled as he stood up. She was on her back, her bra unhooked in one fluid motion. You liked my beeps before, but do you like these as well? They are yours, so of course, Izuku responded, capturing a nipple in his mouth. Good answer, Kyoka beeped. The concert. The thing about the performance was that not only were the graduating students responsible for their performance, there were the opening and closing pieces, and they were also to help fellow graduates in their pieces. So there was a flurry of activity and lots of music to learn, which cut into their romance time but gave them the perfect excuse to sit and play music together. They finished the rest of their final exams, and then the focus was on the performances, rehearsals, and everything leading up to the event. It was the night of the event. All 25 graduating performance arts members were milling around the back, getting ready for the show to start. Izuku and Kyoka were standing there, him with his guitar and her with her bass. Bria came walking up, her drumsticks twirling in her hand. You two ready? Izuku and Kyoka nodded. Man, I am so nervous. Did either of you two hear from UA? No, not yet, Kyoka responded. Still about 2 weeks out at a minimum. What about you? Did you get into that program in NYC? Izuku asked. I did, Bria said. Pending. Of course, I passed this final. I wanted to ask you two if you wanted to come over this weekend. I am having a graduation going away party. Of beeping course, Kyoka said, grinning. Great, Bria said, smiling. Places. Let's beeping do this, the trio said, running to take their spots. Izuku. Izuku had regrets as he ran from his performance with Bria to the dressing room to get changed. He regretted asking Darius and Nick for advice on what to perform. Then when he looked it up, laughing his ass off and telling Chris, who then volunteered to help with the performance, to add on the caveat that Sinedra and Alex had made the trip from America to be here. Little did he know that Sinedra and Alex were already going to be her, but that was because Kyoka had contacted them about her performance. His mother betrayed him by enthusiastically sourcing all the items needed for his costume before having a 25-minute laughing, crying fit when he came out of his bedroom for the big reveal. It is okay. He thought there was no way this would come back to haunt him when he became a pro hero. Also, All Might was in attendance to add more fun to the event. He may make me give up one for all after this. Beep it, go big, or go home, he thought. He had recruited the theater section of the class. Thankfully, once they saw the scene and heard that he was willing to commit, they were happy to help him. He should have questioned their enthusiasm, it was too late for that now. Now that he thought about it, how quickly his teacher approved his submittal was also highly suspect. The curtain was down, and Kyoka sat in the orchestra pit with Bria and other class members. He took a deep breath. As the curtain rose, all that was announced was that Izuku Midoriya is performing a scene from a musical. The scene looked to be in some huge Gothic home or castle. Most of the people on stage were dressing black leotards with outrageous hair and accessories. The lighting spotlighted 3 actors huddled around a throne. The first one was dressed as a French maid. Her makeup made it seem like her skin was a ghastly pale gray. Next to her was a man in a butler's outfit that looked frayed and old. He was bald with long, stringy hair hanging on the sides and back. The last was an attractive girl with too much makeup. A sparkling black leotard, fishnet stocking, high heels, a gold sequence jacket, and a matching top hat. To complete the ensemble, of course, an overly sizable pink sequence bow tie. There was a knocking sound, and the spotlight hit a normal-looking young man with glasses. His hair was matted down, and his clothing looked damp. Thick black glasses, a brown bomber jacket, and gray pants. His companion was a girl in a pink knee-length dress and damp curly hair hanging about her shoulders. "I hope we can find help here," the man said, making a knocking motion once more as the sound effect triggered. "I sure hope so, Brad, it rains like cats and dogs. I want to get back on the road so we can get home and begin planning our wedding," the girl said. As the lights flickered, the sound of rain and thunder was heard. Again, the poor couple knocked. The maid and showgirl looked at the butler like the other performances. With an exaggerated sigh, he stomped to the door. He yanked open the door. "Have you come to bring me candy?" the butler said, eyeing the wet couple. No sir, sorry, we are humble stranded motorists," Brad said. "We need some assistance. I am Brad, and this is my fiancée Janet." "Well, you must talk to the master about that, not that I care. I mean, who shows up to a house without candy?" the butler said, turning his back and leading them into the room. "Did they have candy?" the maid said. When the butler shook his head, she looked slightly disappointed. "They wished to speak to the master," he called out. "The master, but no candy. WHO is the master." And various mummers ran through the actors. "Little Nell summoned the master," the maid said. The showgirl sauntered to the stage, gave a polite cough. "Oh, Dr. Frank N. Furter," she sang out. The stage went dark, and then a backlight illuminated a man wrapped in a cloak above the stage in what appeared to be a cage elevator. The sound of the switch was heard as it began to descend. All that could be seen was the head of curly teased hair. Kyoka's eyes went wide as that had to be Izuku. When the elevator reached the ground level, the lights went out, then a spotlight hit Izuku, and Kyoka was speechless. Bria was giggling her butt off. All Might was in shock. Midnight and Present Mike were here incognito after they heard Chris was coming to support his little sister and brother. Izuku's hair looked black, with black painted eyebrows, white powder making his face pale, dark eyeshadow, eyeliner, bright ruby red lipstick, and a cartoonish large pearl necklace. Then he stepped off the elevator slowly, with black sparkling high heels striking the floor and fishnet stockings. He walked with a confidence that Kyoka, 1, didn't know he had, and 2, he was doing the catwalk strut in high heels better than she could. He took center stage and threw off his cloak. Kyoka gasped and nearly died. Bria started to cheer as the crowd's reaction varied. All Might sighed and rubbed his nose. Their center stage was his successor, the 9th bearer of One for All. Sparkling black high heels, fishnet stockings held in place by a garter belt, black Speedo trunks, a sequence vest that resembled a corset with the open ties in the front, and matching elbow-length gloves. Midnight Wolf whistled as an "oh yay" rang out from Present Mike. When the cloak fell off, Janet gave a scream and fell back into Brad's arms, fainting. Izuku, of course, thanks to All Might's training, was in tremendous shape. Coupled with the sudden growth spurt a while ago, he looked imposing. The stums of the music began. Track 18. The Rocky Horror Picture Show 1975 Sweet Transvestite. Frank, how do you do? I see, you've met my faithful handyman. He's just a little brought down. Because when you knocked, he thought you were the candy man. Don't get strung out by the way I look. Don't judge a book by its cover. I'm not much of a man by the light of day. But by night, I'm one hell of a lover. I'm just a sweet transvestite. From Transylvania. Let me show you around. Maybe play you a sound. You look like you're both pretty groovy. Or, if you want something visual, that's not too abysmal, we could take in an old All Might movie. Brad, I'm glad we caught you at home. Could we use your phone? We're both in a bit of a hurry. Janet, right, Brad. We'll just say where we are. Then go back to the car. We don't want to be any worry. Frank, well, you got a flat, well, how about that? Well, babies, don't you panic. By the light of the night, it'll all seem alright. I'll get you a satanic mechanic. I'm just a sweet transvestite. From Transylvania. Why don't you stay for the night? Night. Or maybe a bite. I could show you my favorite obsession. I've been making a man. With blonde hair and a tan. And he's good for relieving my tension. Everyone on the stage froze as the spotlight shone above the stage. Chris was in a gold Speedo, his long blonde hair hanging free, striking bodybuilder poses, and all his muscles on display. I'm just a sweet transvestite. From Transylvania. Hit it. I'm just a sweet transvestite. Sweet transvestite. Sweet transvestite. From Transylvania. Izuku strutted over to the elevator. When he came by the orchestra pit, he looked at Kyoka and gave her a wink. Kyoka couldn't stop smiling at him as he performed. So, come up to the lab. And see what's on the slab. I see you shiver with antece, 3 seconds patient. But maybe the rain, he isn't really to blame. So, I'll remove the cause. Chuckles. But not the symptom. The elevator began rising, the lights went out, and the stage curtain fell. There were cheers and laughter when it was all over. Izuku had just finished getting changed when Kyoka came in, hugged him, and kissed him. That was brave, Darius. Darius, Izuku said, returning her kiss. You ready to close out the student performances? Kyoka nodded nervously. Watch from the wings for me. Kyoka asked. Of course, Izuku responded. Anything for my beautiful girl. Kyoka, before the performance. Can I be the last student to perform? Kyoka asked her teacher. You see, I have something special I want to do with your permission. I am listening, her teacher responded. A conversation later. And your parents and his. Kyoka nodded. Then, of course. Kyoka's performance. Our last student performance of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyoka Jiro, the announcer called out. Kyoka stepped out as she passed Izuku. She was surprised when she grabbed his hand and tugged him onto the stage. Bria ran out and placed a chair facing away from the audience. Kyoka had him take a seat before she stepped back to adjust the headset with the microphone, and instead of her regular electric guitar, she picked up an acoustic. She took a deep breath and hit the first note. Track 19. Sarah Bareilles. I choose you. Let the bow break, let it come down crashing. Let the sun fade out to a dark sky. I can't say I'd even notice it was absent. 'Cause I could live by the light in your eyes. A giant screen descended behind her and the other performers on the stage. All unfold before you, would have strung together. The very first words of a lifelong love letter. A candid photo of Izuku and Kyoka looking like they were 4 years old playing in his room came on the screen. Followed by more of 2 of them little and playing together, their first day of school together. They were running around the playground or holding finger paintings. Tell the world that we finally got it all right. I choose you. I will become yours, and you will become mine. I choose you. I choose you. Yeah, more photos of them playing and growing up. Trips they took with their combined families, them sitting learning to play instruments, Halloween, birthdays, Christmas, New Year's shrine visits, little videos of them going to the shrine holding hands as they walked. A firework festival, they had joy on their face as they looked at the colorful explosions in the sky. They were covered in mud from playing outside. There was a time when I would have believed them. If they told me you could not come true. Just love's illusion, but then you found me, and everything changed. And I believe in something again. More photos came across the screen, showing their lives together, all the moments they shared, the dojo, with friends and Chris. Picture them looking like they were running away together, their first musical performance at school. My whole heart will be yours forever. This is a beautiful start to a lifelong love letter. Then it showed Kyoka sitting in a chair in her backyard, lit up as Izuku soundlessly sang to her. Tell the world that we finally got it all right. I choose you. I will become yours, and you will become mine. I choose you. I choose you. We are not perfect. We'll learn from our mistakes. And as long as it takes, I will prove my love to you. There were pictures of them throughout their lives looking like they were arguing or when they were little fighting and then crying and hugging. I am not scared of the elements. I am underprepared, but I am willing. And even better, I get to be the other half of you. Then there were pictures of their dates, concerts, and trips they took together to different places. Photos of them at the beach with Alex, Cheese, and Sinedra. Pictures of them at prom and various school functions, asleep under a tree or on the couch together. They were wrapped in each other's arms. Tell the world that we finally got it all right. I choose you. I will become yours, and you will become mine. I choose you. I choose you. As the last part faded, Kyoka walked up to him. Her eyes were wet, and she went to one knee before Izuku. Never could I have known what that day in the park would have brought me or how this moment would come. You have been there by my side all my life, and I want you to be there for the rest of our lives. Izuku Midoriya, will you marry me? Kyoka pulled out a ring from her pocket, earning a gasp from the audience. Kyoka was holding her breath when she saw Izuku smile before he slid down to one knee and pulled a ring from his pocket. Only if you promise me forever, he said. Kyoka looked at the ring and then smiled as some tears fell. Forever, she said. Yes, I will marry you. I would be honored to marry you, Kyoka Jiro, Izuku responded as they kissed. The crowd erupted, exchanging rings and smiling for the crowd before they ran off stage. They kissed and got themselves composed. Look inside the band of the ring, they both said, to their mutual surprise. They pulled off the rings, and the inside was engraved with, Everlong. They both kissed again as Bria came running up and hugged them tightly. Damn it, you two, she wiped away some tears. I better get a beeping invite. Deal, Kyoka said. They heard the call of 1 minute and ran back to get in position to finish the performance of all the graduating performance arts students one last time. Their teacher called them back out. Now before you begin, you all passed. The auditorium and students erupted into cheers. Send us home. After, friends surrounded Izuku and Kyoka as they took pictures, hugged each other, and said goodbye. Most would be at Bria's party. Congratulations, and people looking at the rings accompanied them. Once that was over, then it was their families. Then, Kyoka and Izuku discovered that his ring came from Kyoka's maternal grandfather and Kyoka's was from Inko's mother. All Might, or Toshi as their families knew them, came to offer his congratulations. He tried vainly rebuffing the celebratory dinner invitation, but Inko and the Jiros would not take no for an answer. Chris, Alex, and Sinedra were joining them as well. On the ride, the trio revealed to the newly engaged couple how both had told them of their plans. Izuku was going to ask her about it at dinner, but Kyoka beat him to it with the musical performance. After a beautiful dinner, Sinedra, Alex, and Chris took Kyoka and Izuku out to celebrate late into the night after she somehow got them into a club. It was dancing and fun. Kyoka and Izuku's faces hurt from laughing, and it was a great night. They returned to his house and climbed into bed completely exhausted, newly engaged, and deeply in love. 2.5 weeks later, Izuku and Kyoka received their notice from UA. Inko and Izuku went to Kyoka's house to open the letters together. They were greeted with the image of All Might, and to the delight of the parents, the couple just smiled. He enthusiastically welcomed them to the UA and congratulated them on having the 2 highest scores on the practical exam and an impressive showing written exams, placing them at the top of their class for the incoming year. All Might then again offered his congratulations on their engagement. All Might looked around as if he was checking his surroundings. Now, in no way am I saying to look over the rule book and pay particular attention to student dorms subsection D78 to 42E or to heroic course section H23 75483A.145. Welcome to your hero academia, All Might said, leaning back and smiling. Of course, after the cheers and hugs, they immediately looked at those sections of the rule book. The first section was an exemption that couples and team members could file for combined living quarters. The second section stated that 2 students could enter into a team arrangement. A team arrangement meant that the team was scored as a whole over the individuals, and their test scores would be combined and averaged. It also allowed for special considerations for the team, such as living quarters, training, and internship offers. Teams in the hero world were not unheard of, with the team being ranked as opposed to the individuals, but it was rare. Once they entered a team, it was a binding agreement and not one they could walk away from easily. The application would have to be reviewed by the principal of UA himself, and the team would have to meet and pass an exam with a counselor from UA. If they wanted to file to be a team, they would have to do so quickly before the deadline was approaching. Kyoka and Izuku looked at each other and smiled. So, Izuku Midoriya. Care to be my teammate? Of course, Izuku smiled, leaning in and kissing her softly. Do you think they will be okay living together? Kyotoku asked. They might start doing stuff. Inko and Mika just looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Look, let me have this. He protested. It is kind of like a practice marriage, Inko said, looking at the young couple Andre viewing all the information in their packets. They get to live together. They will have to rely on the other to pull their weight in exams. If or when they fight, they can't just walk away, Mika added. It will be good for them. It wasn't much later that Izuku received a call from a very excited Ochako, who had also received her acceptance letter. Ochako and he had spoken a few times since the exam. Izuku had introduced her to Kyoka, and the 2 girls had started talking independently. Ochako was joyfully jumping around her room when she found out they would be in the same class. When it was all over, Izuku and Kyoka went for a walk, where they talked more about the idea of them being a hero team. It wasn't a very long talk, but they wanted to ensure they were on the same wavelength. They made their way to Takoba Beach. The beach was still pristine after Kyoka and Izuku had cleaned it up, and a local group had volunteered to help keep it that way. The newspapers had reported on it, and even a few TV news reports had been done. Izuku and Kyoka remained anonymous and did not want to be credited for the project as it was All Might's doing. They sat on a bench, looking to the horizon, one dream down, Izuku said to Kyoka. 1,000 more to accomplish, Kyoka said, snuggling against his side as the sky faded to deep reds and purples. Together, they whispered together. Katsuki Bakugo. Track 20. Something I can never have. 9-inch nails. Katsuki was in his room, pacing back and forth. Some old photos from yearbooks and other things about Lobes were tucked into the edges. He had tried to follow her on social media, but soon after the fight in the gym, she blocked him. Her account was private, so he couldn't even create a fake account to keep an eye on her, to ensure she was safe. There was no way that dirty piece of filth could do that or make her even close to being happy. The thought of her having to put on a fake smile and put up with that damn nothing kept him up sometimes. That piece of filth must have used his beep-ass quirk to do something to her head. He had read how flashing sequences could be used to brainwash someone, which was the only explanation. Lobes knew better but couldn't do or say anything. Her eyes were pleading for help. The only piece of solace was that he was sure that she got into UA along with that piece of shit that had trapped her. He knew that because his stupid hag of a mother had mentioned seeing their mothers at the store buying some of the things on the UA recommended list for the dorm rooms. He nearly flew into a rage at thinking how Deku had tapped Lobes and stolen her first kiss, which belonged to Katsuki. How much more was that beeping animal, no, that virus going to take? Katsuki had solace that it wouldn't be much more than that cancer was too much of a bitch to dare for more. But Lobes was in danger, blinded by what had been done to see it. But that day after the sludge villain, while her voice said one thing, he could see her pleading with him to save her. To be a real man and end this damn cancer. Now that he just needed them to be in his class, all it would take would be an accident during training. But there was no way Deku would have made it into the hero course. Lobes wouldn't have made it without him pushing and guiding her. She focused too much on that useless guitar bullshit. If she had listened in the first place, then the cancer could have never gotten a hold of her. But she was wrong. She made a mistake, but he would save her like she was begging him. He would find them once school started. Not hard to go to the general studies and find that piece of useless shit, Deku and Lobes. Lobes would probably seek him out after hearing how he had made Idanto the hero course. Lobes knew that Katsuki was the one who could save her. He just had to find the two damn pieces of shit that dared to score higher than him on the practical exam. He would crush them, eradicate Deku and claim what was his. The idiots who scored higher on the written exam would be taken care of after the first exam. Lobes, hold on just a little longer, he thought your suffering would soon end. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.